Welcome back everyone for the next part of Limbus Company. And guys, it is finally here. The Arknight collaboration event is finally here. I think they announced it like a year ago or something like that. And thanks to that, everyone was stockpiling their lunacy like crazy because we never knew when exactly it's going to arrive. But here it is. And let me tell you, we already pulled for our egos. The lunacy supplies were needed. They were definitely needed. Well, that went horrible for all of us, huh? And that is exactly why you save up so much lunacy, because you have no idea when exactly you will need it. Most of the time you don't really need to spend it at all, because you can just shard for your egos and IDs if you really want them or not. But this time around, considering that everything around here is time limited, you kinda have to spend it. It's crazy. They knew exactly how much we have all saved up. And that shows. It went deep into all of our pockets. It went really, really deep. Taking out all of our supply tickets, all of our spare tickets. It was crazy. But hey, that is what happens if we have a special event like this. Which is probably not canon at all, because everything that is shown around here, the stages, the enemies, everything is going to be deleted after this event. So I'm not entirely sure what exactly they're going to show us in the story, but it's probably going to be a beautiful tale. Just like the April Fool events. I'm pretty sure those events aren't really recorded in the theater either, so they're not really canon, but still. Even the non-canon events, even the fillers, have a part in the story. They might not necessarily get a number though, and I might make a special part out of this one, but they still deserve their spot in the story. Now, without any further ado, let us jump straight in. What's this? Clearing via hard difficulty stage will automatically clear the corresponding normal difficulty stage. What? Oh. Oh ho ho. Okay. They have normal and hard mode unlocked. Well, considering the fact that you only have like 1 month to beat this, and afterwards it's going to be gone, I guess they wanted to make sure that everyone has a chance to experience this. Even the beginners who haven't really reached level 55 yet. And let me tell you, reaching level 55 is kind of expensive, so I can totally understand this. Alright then, let us start. LCPC1. What a name. The Unknown Sea. We're starting off with a battle right away. Lovely. Huh? Okay, I see. Most of my party is just gone. They're just non-existent. Well, that is fine. I only need 4 anyways, right? I only need 4 anyways. And I know I'm slightly underleveled, but that is fine. You usually never need to reach the maximum level. Unless, of course, there's a boss fight at hand, and the offensive level go a little bit crazy. But other than that, it's usually fine. So, I was exploring the Lobotomy Corporation branch when my consciousness sinked into the depths. Wait, where did you find the Lobotomy Corporation branch? H-Corp? Huh. A sense of cognition, itself a concept without form, floats into the shadow of an ever-widening river, swept up in its current to nowhere. When we ran into an abnormality and then... But Saudi told us that Hong Yuan's Lobotomy Corporation branch was... or rather should have been free of any sort of abnormalities. So they did find another branch. The abnormalities, which had appeared out of nowhere, was more outerworldly than any that we have ever encountered so far on our journey. And... deep blue. It was fathomlessly blue, and seemed to have a pull that endlessly drew us into itself. Just as I was about to recall this abnormality. A myriad of sceneries and a flood of incalculable thoughts crashed into my mind like wild waves being ebbed away from its shores. I was already lost in a drift, somewhere within my own consciousness, when I realized this. Just how long am I going to be drifting like this? The sensation of my own consciousness floating away is quite an unfamiliar one. I floated about in that strange state for a very long time. An unfamiliar voice has seized my aimlessly drifting consciousness.
Wait, are you Dante?
The fog of my vision clears as the voice breaks through the waves, and a concerning expression comes into view. Yes, I am.
Ah, well, what a relief.
You can understand us?
Gregor! Hey, Gregor, I think Dante's come too.
Gregor? So, who are... I was about to ask further question to the stranger with particularly long, animal-like ears, but... No! I'm blacking out! I felt the drowsiness coursing back with the terrifying memories of the dream, rendering me unable to speak. I have to get a hold of myself. after an indeterminate amount of time had passed. I barely managed to wake myself from slumber to get a grasp of my surrounding, only to find myself surrounded by more unfamiliarities. It was that stranger from earlier, sitting atop a rock and silently taking in the sight, a young girl who has probably saved my life. Wait, so were those animal ears after all? Huh. Okay, I guess that's not really important right now. I have to prioritize figuring out just where in the world I ended up in. So, where is this? We are standing by the Iberian coastline. So how are you feeling? Well, I'm a little out of it, but I guess I'm okay otherwise. Iberia? Huh. Yes, we are in Iberia. Well, given that we are next to an ocean, maybe I have drifted all the way back to Yukop's Great Lake. But would that be the case? I mean, look at the color. It doesn't fit even slightly. Iberia was an unfamiliar name though, but that was all that I had to go on, given that the city was still full of more unknown than known to me. I radioed your colleagues when you briefly woke up earlier. They'll be here at any minute now. I see. Ah, well, this is awkward. Dante, are you not questioning the fact that she understands you at all? I mean, usually everyone just says TikTok and that's it. You know? Wait, my colleagues? You must have run into the other sinners then. That is what you're worried about? What about the TikToking thing? That usually is always a problem. The little sister couldn't even read you. Virtus is one of the only guys who can read your body language. God. The fog of my mind immediately clears as soon as I realize that the sinners were all nowhere to be seen. Oh, that's dangerous. Well, never mind. Wait, sinners? I think so, at least. I ran into them earlier. They were looking all over the place for someone with a clock for their heads. They're worried! It was a pretty unique description as well, so I could tell right away that you were the person that they were looking for. So this clockhead does come in handy at times. It sure does. Gregor! Manager! Doctor! I had woken up in an unfamiliar place to an unfamiliar face, and in the midst of this all, around senses of displacement, the faces that appeared before me were certainly a sight for sore eyes. Gregor! Hongaloo! I know it's been a short while, but still, it's good to see you guys again. Well, Miss Rabbit here told me that she found an unconscious person by the ocean. And phew! I came as fast as I could and oh boy, I was so worried that something bad might have happened. I'm glad to see that you're doing fine. Were you lost at the sea? I don't really know. Well, I do think that I'm fine though. I guess not having any way to drink water is finally coming in handy. Yeah, I guess that's true. Well, you should go and get that checked out just in case though. Wait, is your head even waterproofed? Gregor takes a moment to steady his reading, then mutters a casual quip as he lights a cigarette. Well, he doesn't seem that concerned anymore. Maybe we're not actually in any sort of danger. So, what has happened? Where are we? Do you remember entering the Lobotomy Corporation branch that Shin-Chun has told us about? No? I mean, yes. Apparently. Yeah, I guess we ran into a new abnormality and then we got sucked into it before we even had a chance to do anything about it. Man, I really thought that was it for us. Especially with you getting sucked in there too, Manager, but guess we are the lifeline. But when we came to, despite waking up with our faces down in some ditch, we were all fine without a scratch. Though there was quite a mess when we realized that you had gone missing. We wanted to search for you immediately, but it took a while before we even get a better bearing of where we were. So, wait, we are not at Newcorp's Great Lake then? But some of us consider that to be a distinct possibility, but it's very unlikely. Ishmael was really certain that we were not in District 21, and she knows her oceans. She did concede that we might be in an unknown area within the lake, but that doesn't really seem likely either, given what the rabbit-eared lady has said. Well, the outskirt region of the Great Lake. I've met all kinds of people from all over Terra, but I've never met anyone who refers to Iberia Sea that way. Terra? Iberia? As if I found myself puzzling by these unfamiliar terms, a very obvious question suddenly struck me. Hey, wait, speaking of which, who are you? Huh? Really? You fellas haven't even introduced yourself? No? It's just that it's all just a lot to take in, you know? It's understandable. You did just wake up from a pretty harrowing experience after all. She's, actually, would you like to do the honor yourself? I'm Amiya, the leader of Rhodes Island. Please just call me Amiya. Okay, well, I'm Dante, manager at Limbus Company. I know that I'm late, but thanks for saving my bacon. True. It seems that this Rhodes Island is a pretty big corporation, but Gregor trades off ominously and scratches his head before continuing with some mild trepidation. The young lady with the rabbit ear doesn't know what the head is, like, at all. As far as I know, there ain't any sort of organization in Terra with the same characteristic as the one that Mr. Gregor has explained. At least not in a name like the Head. Also, I'm really sorry, this Rhodes Island is not Rodeo. Huh? Sorry about that. Gregor's kind of bad with names. Just like me! You better get used to that, because I have a hard time pronouncing those names. So anyways, what are you saying is that we are not in the city anymore? Well, it would be weird for any higher-ups at these huge corporations to know less about the Heads than we do, let alone be completely clueless about them. That is true. Well, maybe we've just tumbled into a previously undisclosed zone of the outskirts, or even the ruins, probably. Or maybe we've already found ourselves in a completely different world. Huh. If their conjectures is correct, we're in way bigger trouble than I have thought. This wasn't like the time where we actually stranded ourselves in the outskirts via a door in the corridors. Amiya stares at me with some concerns as though she felt my distress. I think that we can draw a connection to something else that has happened here. Oh? Wait, really? Yes. Recently, anomalous signs and events have been occurring in Iberia, ever since a mysterious dimensional door appeared at sea. So there is a door! And it has been said that this dimensional door is connected to something very, very distant. To something that we've never observed before. So, maybe? Well, it does seem reasonable to theorize that the dimensional door is how we managed to cross over to this world. And why we were drifting ashore without a scratch or anything. Huh. I would really appreciate a Faust input by now, but she's not around. Where are all the other sinners anyways? Yeah, I guess it's a bit late on the uptake to be gawking around for the other sinners now, don't you think? They are already at a settlement nearby, where they all are helping out with various odds and ends of the village. We're taking turns searching for Dante, of course. Oh, thanks guys! You know, I never really thought about how difficult it would be to search for someone when we are like fish out of the water too. Man, barely got even a wink of sleep since yesterday I was missing for an entire day. Oh! Well, everyone's got to be really tired then. So it's just you two out there for now. No, Ishmael and his saints are the other half of the search party. And we just happen to be the last group in the rotation. They must be searching elsewhere to find you, manager. We got the news earlier thanks to Amia's comms gear, but the other team didn't. Yeah, I guess we just got lucky. The other team, well, we don't really have any way to get in touch with them, so they probably just continue their search until the shift is done. Oh, wait, are we talking about that village that you have mentioned earlier? Right, you've not really been there yet, huh? I guess it's a bit off the beaten path. Well, I guess we're going to have to rendezvous with the others anyways, right? So, how about we just go to the village then? Why are you so quiet? Something seems to pique Amia's interest, as she fell into a contemplated silence before carefully speaking up. I would like to accompany you there. Oh? Sure. I don't really see why not. You helped us find our manager after all, and more importantly, you seem to know a lot more about this place than we do. Well, I don't actually know a barrier that well either, but I should be able to be of some help. They've basically closed their borders and have practically locked out any sort of foreign influence from affecting them at all. But I did get a briefing before the mission. Mission? Closed borders, huh? Then wait, how did you get in here, Miss Amia? Well, I just followed Mr. Kalsit's direction and illegally crossed the country's border. Oh no! Illegally? Does that mean that you crossed the border without obtaining any sort of permission? Well, we kinda had to cross the border somehow in order to investigate how and why that dimensional door came to be. And you see, I guess it is normal for pharmaceutical companies to be doing such a thing? Probably not. Large pharmaceutical company often dispatch their agents for mission, but even that is a bit stepping over the lines, isn't it? Yes. Rhodes Island is, in essence, a pharmaceutical company researching treatments for people infected with, oripathy? What? But we also work to prevent and assist in the management of various situations that can occur in high-risk areas. High-risk area, huh? Huh? Wait, but what about your companions then? I doubted that you came all this way on your own. Oh, that, well, we were forced to split up due to certain forces that were in pursuit and... Wait, stop! Amia's ear twitched as she came to stop and began scanning the surrounding. Then... There! As we stood about confused, Amia noticed something, pointed towards the seashores hidden behind large and cracked rock formations? Wait, and what are we supposed to... Huh? Huh? There we saw someone wielding a greatsword! How nice! Bickering with two familiar faces! Oh, even better! Again, move, you are in my way. You don't really need to worry as you do. We have ample experience battling monsters who are much like these. Listen, I'm not worried about that, it's just... Come on, better to have 3 fighters than 1, right? Besides, you're the first person that we ran into out here, so we got a lot of questions to ask to you. You sang! Ishmael! Dante! You're unharmed! And here I was getting ready for a 3-day-long search party. Hey, Ishmael! What a relief though. We were all really worried that we might have never been able to find you again. Well, we managed to find them thanks to the help from Miss Amia here. Amia? Wait, are you two acquainted? It's not really a good time for reunions, but I guess that can wait until after we take out these sea monsters. Skadi, are those organisms the seaborn that Dr. Oh god, Cult Sid has mentioned? This is gonna be difficult, isn't it? Oh yeah. Oh no. Well, anyways, these are certainly sea terrors, to be more specific, the less sophisticated form amongst them. And they're probably here for me. For you. Terrors? I heard the sticky noise of something vicious slithering against the rocks. Okay. When I turned to face the origin of the unsettling noise, I smelled a heavy, wet scent of brine. And at the end of my gaze awaits a strange monster unlike distortion, unlike abnormalities, unlike anything that I've ever seen. It is as though the sea itself is encroaching on the land. I was almost certain that we aren't at the Great Lake anymore, but now I'm not really so sure anymore. Her experience with the fixed sense of brine at the Great Lake must have put her in a worried mood, as Ishmael seemed to be a lot more apprehensive about these monsters than anyone else. So do you think those creatures would be the whales or the mermaids? I don't know. The Great Lake and the outskirts are full of unexplored mysteries after all. Anything could pop out of them. Dante, what do you sense anyways? It's unclear. I would say the closest comparison that I could make is maybe a whale, but even that is not really conclusive at all. More enemies are on the horizon. We should prepare for a battle. Doesn't really seem like we can talk things out with them though, so I guess we should get ready then. So let's take them out! Of course! Don't worry about the thing, Dante! We got this! We only have 4 sinners though, but... Oh no. Oh no! We only have 4 sinners though, that's it's gonna be fine. Yeah, it's probably going to be fine. Ishmael has the ego that can heal herself in the worst cases, so I just need to activate that passive. Right? We just need to worry about that passive, and once it is activated, she can probably just solo everything by herself. Right? At least that is how it usually goes with Ishmael. And in the worst cases, maybe Yeseng is going to survive as well, and just obliterate them all with the might of flames and fires. Oh, no, wait, they have sinking. Oh, they have sinking! Right! Wait a second. What do you guys even do? If the target is sinking, Clash Power +1. At 33%, convert all of their skills to unbreakable. Oh, that sounds bad. Nervous impairment. At 30 stacks become staggered. And take fixed damage equal to 25% of their maximum HP. And remove the effect. Okay, and how do you get that nervous impairment thing? So the passive? When on top of Netherseed Brand, gain Clash Power and double the amount of nervous impairment inflicted on hit. Netherite Brand? Take fixed damage equal to 5% of max HP, gain 3 nervous impairment. Greatly increase the nervous impairment stacks on sea terrors on top of the Netherseed Brand. Inflict against Sinner. Netherseed Brand influence expands towards the Sinner's territory with each passing turn. Sea territory affects 2 front Sinners, affects 5 front Sinners, affect all Sinners. Wait, so it's on the ground? But I don't see anything. Okay, but then again, they did mention that the sea is approaching, so maybe it's the sea in the background, something like that. Not entirely sure, but I guess the longer the fight continues, the more we will see about this passive. Only question is... Oh wait, they give that stuff to me! Oh, that's not good. I don't want to get staggered by it. I thought I was supposed to... Ooh. I was kind of hoping that I could give that stuff to them. Oh, that seems even worse now. Okay. That's fine. How about we, set them ablaze? Yeah, definitely. Just set them all ablaze. It's gonna be fine. Gregor's here. Honglu is here. Ishmael is beating the living hell out of all of them. Just how many of them are around? Just how many of them are around? 12 guys? Apparently there are 12 guys. Alright. Let's go for our slightly more powerful skills. As well as activating our passive again. Really important stuff. Don't want to get hit by the sinking effects, at least if I can help it. Okay, another stagger. Another one has been defeated. Third one is down. And just 3 more remaining. Okay, that is not really that bad. I was a little bit worried about the stagger effect, but I guess it's not really that threatening. Pretty sure they need to reach the maximum stack for it to be triggered, and if they only apply like 1 or maybe 2, it doesn't really seem to be so bad. Yeah, it's definitely not so bad. Oh, that seems like a bit of a waste. That's fine. They can still finish them off all in this round. Right, Gregor, you can beat them up. There we go. That's my Gregor. Mission accomplished. Alright then. All remaining enemies have been retreating to the sea. Good work, everyone. Phew. Well, I didn't think that we had to deal with anything remotely like this outside of the Great Lake. Yeah, you could say that again. It would have taken us a whole day if that Skadi character didn't occupy the other half while Miss Rabbit helped us from a distance. Wait, Skadi took care of 12 by herself? I didn't even notice that the rabbit was trying to help us. Huh. Well, as we were catching our breath after the battle, I heard a brief hum. When I turned to look at its source, I saw Skadi glaring at me with a palpable alarm. Strange people who can transform. And a head for a clock? Yeah, I know that one is a bit weird. I guess they are both technically true. Well, it is nothing more than a theory at this point. I think they have a lot to do with the dimensional door that we were supposed to investigate. It's nice to meet you, I guess. Please don't swing that great sword. I only heard some ticking noises. Oh, well, that's because only the sinners can hear Dante's voice, and, yes? Are you guys finally noticing that? The other girl was able to talk to us! The entire time! No, you know, I was just wondering, how exactly is Miss Anya able to understand Dante? Yeah, what is going on here? Oh, yeah, I guess that kind of completely flew over my head. That I didn't even question how weird that is. Huh? Well, their voice sounds like a ticking clock to me too, but I don't know, it's almost like I can sense what they were trying to say. What kind of emotion they were trying to convey, and... You Virtueless 2.0 or something? Her explanation reminded me of the blue boy in Sinclair's past, but I didn't quite feel the uncanny sensation from Anya that I felt from them. So she can read me kinda like how Virtueless can, I guess. Well, I don't really think it's a bad thing. It just makes things easier for all of us. Well, I guess that's true. It's been a bit of a hassle to always need Faust or Honglu to translate for you. I would like to know exactly how she's able to understand you, Dante, but I don't really think that we have the luxury of time to just sit around and try to figure that out. So, are we just going to head back then? Sounds like a plan. It's not like we know anywhere else to go to, right? Oh, and Miss Rabbit here will be tagging along too. After all, they are currently investigating stuff. She said that she will be helping us on our way back. I'm glad to be working with you two as well, Miss Ishmael, Miss Honglu. Lu? Don't you mean, you sing? Oh well. You took the words right out of my mouth. You're already helping us plenty though, and you clearly know a lot more about this place than we do. By the way, the journey is long. Perhaps embarking on it here before the sun falls would be wise. So how long exactly is the journey? I have no idea. It's not like we have a clock with us. I do know that it's not really very far though. We just need to walk along the coastline for a bit. No! No! My head is different. It doesn't act like an actual clock. That is my face. That is my expression and my emotion. The clock handle don't work like that. It doesn't work like that. I know. I can see your eyes. Oh yeah, Dante can't really tell the time for us because they're never on time. Oh, Dong Lu. Then why exactly do you even have a clock for a head? I don't exactly. Well, I didn't exactly choose to get myself a clock face, you know? I looked away from Skadi's inquisitive eyes, which were quite solidly fixed on my head. The coast of Feburary are hardly a good place for people to live. Those things can go anywhere in this world, but they thrive at places that are met by the ocean. So how did people even manage to build a village around here? At a place like this? Well, the monsters are called Seaborn, or Sea Terrors, right? Well, it is true that they pose a certain difficulty. They were hardly the kind of monster with the strength to bring Scourge and drive out the local populace. Please don't judge them based on a brief skirmish. They're much, much worse in the ocean. I'm pretty sure she's just telling us to be on our guard, right? Skadi can be a bit crude at times, but she's definitely not a bad person. I don't really think she said anything wrong though. Nothing rules out the existence of a stronger variety of these creatures being out there. I mean, look at the size of the ocean and how deep it goes. It's just a matter of time. Skadi's concern only served to fan my curiosity, but something about her expression communicates that I should probably not pry, so I quietly quickened my step as we walk back to the village. That is probably for the best. So, I know that you guys said that this is supposed to be a village, but that looks like ruins to me. Ha! This hardly looks like a village at all, guys. It's more like a ruin of one, isn't it? It doesn't really seem like they've done any proper upkeep to this place either. Not in a while, at least. They're really here, living together. The strange buildings tell the story of former prosperity from bygone eras. Our steps leave no footprints on the wet, muddy ground. On it, I see a rotten sign marked with the name Faro Muerto. Everywhere that I looked in this village, I see evidence of a long and silent abandonment. We don't really see these kind of abandoned-looking ruins often in the city either, considering how they are battling for space. But yeah, there's always someone or something out there waiting to capitalize on the free real estate, be it a syndicate or a corporation, and just fixing it back up. Better that than this, at least. So, where are the sinners? They are at the clearing down there where we were entrapped betwixt the twain of a great ship, narrowing winds against our sail. Oh, what? And that is when young Ishmael boomed, her commands most resonant. Say no more, I can already hear them. I didn't even have to try to search for them anymore. That unmistakably sonorous and familiar voice echoes triumphantly between the empty building. It is Dawn, our one and only storyteller, as she is sharing her most adventurous tales. There she was, standing atop the low podium, with an actor on stage, regaling a group of people in rags with tales of our adventure, like a traveling Thespanian. Answer me, dogs! Oarsmen! This is the moment that I, Ishmael, the first mate and vessel of Mephistopheles, shall navigate it. Okay, stop. Hold on. Just what the hell are you currently doing here? Well, young Ishmael, would you please unhand my mouth, please? For I was about to regale them with the most fantastic tale of our adventure on the lake. Manager Esquire! Verily, thou hast returned to us safely! What? Oh, they found the clockhead? Oh, hey, Heathcliff. Ooh. Is that a burning clock for a head? When I was a child, I heard a story about a legendary wait, what? Sarcas with a flaming head? Why would someone like that visit our humble village? Okay. While the exterior may carry elements that inspire fear in some, there's certainly no cause for alarm. Yeah, they might look like that, but they're actually Dante, our manager, and the rest are... Oh. Hello. Okay, I'm not entirely sure what those two. Well, those guys are some very nice people who have helped us find Dante. This is Miss Amya, leader of Rhodes Island. And this is Miss Gardy, the operator. They'll be coming along for us for a while. With us? We believe that the dimensional door, which we at Rhodes Islands are currently investigating, has something to do with why you suddenly woke up here in Feburary, as Amya was bringing the sinners up to speed. The villagers who were staring at us curiously approached us as well. Did our conversation manage to convince them that we are not really a threat? I certainly hope so, at least. So, you are friends of our saviors, then? Saviors? Verily so! This is quite a grand title indeed, yet that is indeed the word by which we are currently addressed. To be more precise, by saviors, they are referring only to Faust and Otis. The MVPs! Faust gave me a light nod when we made eye contact, but I could tell that her lips were drawing a very, very subtle smiling arc. She is happy. So, I guess something did happen while we were away. They were quite mistrusting upon our initial arrival. Those elves? So, what business do outsiders have? What if they're here from the Inquisition? Oh no, what do we do? After all that we went through to get here, and now... Calm yourself, everyone. None of them are carrying what appears to be their scriptures or lamps. Let's just try to see who they are. Scriptures? Man, I don't really think that they will trust us anytime soon, so... They're all old... What? Comodugons? Let's just slice them in pieces? And PTSD? What? Wait, you can't really do that for your shoe. You can't just pillage their storage like that. It looks like they already have hard enough time as it is. Oh, you were just about to loot them. You didn't want to kill them right away. That's already a good sign, Ryoshu. I don't really think that just looting them is a good way to get started either. Should we just go and find help elsewhere then? Just look at how thin their arms are. I don't really think that they are in any shape to help us out, and... Well, perhaps we could at least inquire as to our whereabouts here, where we to decide our lodging. Well, the landscape is certainly reminiscent of U-Corp, we aren't really certain yet. But I don't really recall seeing or learning any place that looks like this. Though I can't really say that I've visited every corner of U-Corp either. I ask again, what business do outsiders have here? The fingers are tightening around the grips of the weapons. Prolonged silence would most likely turn this into a hostile encounter. Wait, we can't really have that. Hello? We are from Limbus Company. We are just fixers of justice! Done. Yeah, Dad, you know what? We are fixers of... Oh, wait a second. Could you just keep it down? Fixers? Huh. That's over there. It's a ship blueprint, isn't it? Are you looking to repair a vessel by chance? All these construction materials seem to suggest so as well. Chief? This does not concern you. It's not something that the outsider could even possibly understand. This is quite curious. I've never seen an engineer source like this before. Have you run the test to rule out any sort of stability issues? It seems to power the heat exchanger via the method comparison to the utilization of fusion energy. Have you any thought of this, Miss Faust? The general design structure is somewhat of old-fashioned, but there are certainly inspiring parts of these designs, particularly with the usage of the core energy source. While its stability would need to be further studied, this technology seemed to be incredibly energy efficient and... She knows her stuff! She could help! Oh! You were able to identify all of that merely by a quick glance? You must be the village's chief then, huh? If so, I have a proposition for all of you. In return for the assistance in the ship's repair, we were promised a ride on their vessel. Miss Faust has theorized that perhaps, by going out to sea, we may be able to find a way to return from whence we came. Oh, that sounds like a good plan, you two. So does that mean that we can finally find a way back to where we came from? Out there, in the sea? Nothing is certain yet, Santa. But there is a chance. At this moment, we are working based on a hunch. A hunch? Sensing the implication and omen in her choice of words, I slowly turned around to look at Faust, who nodded solemnly in response. If we really are in a different world, even her Gesellschaft would have been... Oh no, are they cut off? Again? No issues were encountered in the repairing process. Faust smiled faintly as she looked around. Then she pulled me into her hands. She whispered in a low voice. My connection to the Gesellschaft is currently operating at the suboptimal level, Dante. So they are still there. It's just very distorted and unclear. That is not good, but hey, we still have them. We still have all of them. So the connection is still there at least. Indeed it is. However, even the exchange of simple informations are taking up to dozens of hours by our current calculations. Hours? Is this a warp train situation again? Because we're currently in a different dimension. The cause should be identical. We have been connected to an unidentified, unpredictable dimension. However, Faust is aware that the pathway to our original dimension is yet to close this time, unlike the situation back aboard of the warp train. So, in order to get back to where we came from, indeed, traveling through the pathway is the most feasible situation, or the solution. And from that, you came up with the whole plan to repair the ship and sail out to the sea. Yes, well, I am also a genius after all. That's true. Amia conjectured that we probably came through a dimensional door of sort. It kinda looks like that the dimensional door might be what Faust is currently looking for. With high likelihood, yes. At least there's a way back then. I find myself calming down just a little. Oh yeah, speaking of which, when exactly do you think we can wrap up that repair job? Well, as fortune would have it, a majority of the most time-consuming parts of the repair have already been completed by the locals. It shouldn't really take us more than a day or two to get its core part ship-shaped again, Executive Manager. That's good to know. Then I guess we'll be staying here for a couple of days then. So, how did you guys manage the last nights? Well, like I said earlier, we've been keeping ourselves busy and looking for you this whole time. We took turns helping with the repairs and rest, but I doubt any of us got any sort of proper sleep around here. Probably. Still, we weren't really cold thanks to the villagers who kept the fire going, so that's nice. Not to mention how they have helped us a ton with the local map that they drew for us. And also, the chief handed us this earlier. What is it for? Oh, it kinda looks like a sack in order to collect water. Please give it here. I know how to get that installed. Water? Okay. It must be to repay Miss Faust and Miss Otter's effort at repairing their ship. Yet, the service that they have provided us is certainly quite generous indeed, even when taking the transactional nature into account. They're really giving us the best treatment that they can, even though they have nothing at all. And as for food, we managed to fill ourselves with some cookies and bread that Rhodia kept in her pockets. I didn't really want to eat into their food supplies when they already are pretty tight, you know? That makes sense. Wait a second, she carries enough cookies and bread for 12 people for a couple of days? Where are you hiding them? And where did you get all of them? Aren't we always busy traveling around the whole world with our busts? And fighting abnormalities and all sorts of henchmen left and right? Huh. Also, they did offer us some nosh, those dried fish thingies, but I guess we kinda just refused. I ain't about taking food from the needies, you know? There's no need to concern yourself so much with our hospitalities. You have done more than enough to earn your keep. I turned around to look at the source of that low, rumbling voice, and saw an old man in an outfit that seemed to distinguish itself amongst the other villagers. There you are, Chief. Is there a place for us to stay the night? We do have a place to shelter from the misty humidity. Well, at the very least that. There's an empty building there, so feel free to occupy it for the night. Oh, but are you sure? I mean, I don't really mind sleeping on the streets myself, and you guys probably need it as well, don't you? Hey, speak for yourself there, Gregor! I've been looking forward to sleeping with a roof over my head since yesterday! You will also catch the cold sleeping in the elements in this environment, which is fine by me for the rest of you, but we can't afford to have the executive manager or our honored guest suffer such a fate, guys! Thanks, Orders! Got to see that you care for my health! All of our health! Wait a second, honored guests? I heard what happened to the four who left in search of the executive manager. First, I would like to begin by imparting my infinite gratitude to you for finding and rescuing our dear, precious executive manager. I heard that you are also the leader at the pharmaceutical company. I see, pulling ranks again. That is the reason. This acquaintance shall certainly come in handy soon enough, in case that our stay becomes significant prolonged. I see. I'm just surprised by her boldness to say something like that so materialistic when we're standing right next to them. Can I stay in your village too, Chief? The village chief took a brief glance at the hem by her right wrist and then nods. Welcome to Faro Muerto. You're welcome to stay for as long as you want. And please, do let me know if you find yourself without food. Our food supplies may be tight indeed, but we have enough to share with those who help to repair the vessel. Oh, you better not go back on your words then later. of local delicacies awaits. Fried fish like they were eating yesterday, maybe? Probably. I'm pretty sure they have nothing but fish around here, on the seaside. Chief? What is it? Just how are you surviving out here? By the sea? Perhaps the question on how are we surviving may be somewhat misdirected. For we are only pursuing every possible avenue because we are surviving. The chief responded to Skadi's perceived hostility with a hearty smile. After leaving some firewood for the night, he has left. I'm going. I can't really learn much from here. Huh? But wait, you're going out there at this hour? Yes. Skadi, does this have anything to do with the coast again? I remember what you said before when we got to the village. Something about how the coasts are hardly a good place to live in, right? Dante wants to know if this has something to do with the coast. Do you understand? What the hell? What even is that word? What is that letter? Is that an A? A gear's language? A gear? Is that a gear? Huh. No? Dante, Scott has just spoken Agirian? What? I couldn't really understand the word of Skadi in the chief's conversation because I really don't speak Agirian. It may only be that there were enough lexicon similarities between one of the city's language and the language that Skadi spoken for them to comprehend the meaning. No. I'm pretty sure I understand every single word of that. Maybe the clock is an auto translator or something. With the price of nobody being able to understand us. Well, either way, it is a weird coincidence. Anyways, I have something to look into. Something that you're all too slow to see. You still have to tell us about it later, though. Please remember that you're not on a solo mission here, Skadi. This is a team effort from Rhodes Island. I'll do. Skadi nodded lightly before leaping off into the night, out of our sight. I'm kinda getting worried here. She's not the best with people, but I guess she's pretty thoughtful for us. She'll be okay. Oh, and we should probably head inside. The sun is starting to set already. True. Oh yeah, we can probably just pick an unlit building and just stay the night there, right? Trying our best to ignore the mood that was starting to turn awkward, we made our way to a nearby unoccupied building. We walked past a few narrow buildings and remnants of other buildings before we came across a hall large enough to house all 15 of us. Alright then, I guess we're ready. With the curtain on the windows removed, the smoke should be able to exit. Whoa! And I thought we were doomed to shudder ourselves to sleep with the soaking wet firewood and all. I had no idea that that would work. We just have to get a small fire going underneath it, until the other woods dry up and catch fire as well. The downside is, there might be some smoke. It's clear that he has some field experience, so that's good. Unlike some fools of us! Oh! I shan't sit here and let her carry the burden of labor alone! Bequeaths upon me thy ingredients, young Rodion, for I conjure thee a pot of a special fixer soup. Don't you do it! I'm pretty sure she has no idea how to cook. Wait, are you going to make soup with cookies and jelly? No way! You're not going anywhere near the kitchen again! Not after you tried to cook up last time! Well, I must admit to a certain level of interest. You saying don't? As many of our fellowships visage are oft wrecked with the intense agony upon ingesting dishes of your making, perhaps it would be wiser that we save this occasion for a safer environment, when there are alternative dishes around. Right, don't you remember? We agreed to leave the cooking to Masas and maybe to Oti, if we were ever in the situation again. Remember? Did we? I think we did, Dante. See, I think it's because of the sort of unspoken rule after everything that happened with the chicken guy. Remember during our last year's cooking contest in K-Corp? They were the only two people who even managed to make a remotely, or rather get a remotely positive review. Back then. Does that mean that we get to try Ota's cooking once again? Oh, really? Denied. We still have plenty of high-calorie foods around, like cookies and jellies. I find no reason to do something so inefficient. Well, I'm glad to see that everyone is still as energetic as this, given the circumstances. It can be easy to suddenly wake up in an unfamiliar environment like this. True. Well, we are all quite used to it by now. You know, getting thrown into unfamiliar places. Speaking of which, did you manage to reach your colleagues by now, Anya? She shook her head, concerned. She might have lost their comms devices, or maybe they even ran into some sort of other trouble by now. That's bad. So could they be in danger? I don't know, but I'm sure that they're okay. I mean, the Dr. Kalsit, they are both more than capable enough to look after themselves. Long have this curiosity linger within me. So please, just allow me to inquire. Corporations are, by their nature, organization in pursuit of profit, right? Yet the activities of your corporation resemble those of charities instead, as opposed to a pharmaceutical company that we usually know. Is there a thing that might explicit this blurred distinction? Huh? Yeah, I kinda wanted to know about that too. How comes that a pharmaceutical company like Rhodes Island are currently trying to help people like this? Something about what Olu said brings back an unpleasant memory. The horrible experience seen throughout the cascade of flowing tears in the face of suffering. The embodiment of greed that left a terrible wound in Olu's fathoms. The pharmaceutical companies that I've seen on my journey were corporations that, despite possessing the capabilities to heal, choose to obsess over the profit that it can provide. Well, there are many in Terra who are suffering from these diseases. The disease crystallizes you. It spreads deeper and deeper into the infected internal organ, eventually culminating into their deaths. It's called Oripati. Amir showed me the back of her right hand, dotted by what appears to be obsidian crystallizations. Its appearance reminded me of a biotreatment of the back streets, but there was something more to this, something more restless, more sinister than that. It's a terrible and painful disease, but there hasn't really been any sort of record cases of a full recovery either. But there's an even worse problem than that. Pray tell, what could possibly be worse than an incurable and deadly disease like that? Well, it varies region by region. Discrimination against the infected is spreading across Terra as a whole. Those who suffer from it must face unfair treatment then. His name began with a dark expression. Some are quarantined in places with terrible, inhuman conditions, and they have been massacred too. Probably in an attempt to get rid of the disease. But I'm pretty sure that's not going to help out in the slightest. Well, I don't mean to be so callous, but this Oripati is highly contagious, isn't it? No, there have not been any cases of infection by contact, as long as the subject are alive. But when the infected die, the crystal grow on their bodies decay and turn to dust, scattering, which is what actually spreads this. Wait a second! So it's fine as long as they're alive, but they turn into a contagious mess once they die. Then why aren't they taking proper care of them instead? What they're currently doing is just shooting each other in the foot like that. That just makes the whole thing worse. Then barren environments like active battlefields where casualties are to be expected staying within close proximities of the infected in daily life seems to pose hardly any sort of risk. So, what is the problem then? They're already past the point of caring about what the problem is. Once people start feeling iffy about it, all sort of logic just goes out of the window. And Rhodes Island's goal has to be... Yes, it is important to develop a cure for the sickness, but I think what really matters is that we change the circumstance for the better for all of the infected. Well, that's certainly not going to be an easy endeavor then, though that is what gives their effort even more meaning. I hope that you can achieve that goal, Anya. I really do. Oh, for true! The city, this world. We both live in worlds full of surprises, don't we? What kind of world did you come from? You know, this city. What kind of place is the city anyways? I mean, it's kind of hard and difficult to explain. Kind of place with too many pointless rules for a change, where you can simply get tossed into jail and half of the party gets to become a detective and stuff, where we suddenly in a debt of billions upon billions of yens? It's crazy. The kind of place where the moment that you think, isn't this a little bit too much to be swarmed by an army of sweepers, is simply turned into something even worse. Try as I might, I couldn't really think of a single positive thing about the entirety of the city. The citizens seem to be in agreement here, as most of what came after was quite scattered. Well, it's the kind of place where good deeds rarely ever go unpunished, where sympathy is a good attitude to have if you, like, get stabbed in the back at least. Nothing good ever works out in there. A total shithole. It's an irrational place full of absurdity, where everyone just goes crazy. Absurdity is an omnipresence around there. Therefore, it is not a subject of which one should be aggrieved to. We can at least grouse about them though. I mean, it's the only thing that we can do about it. It would be more correct to experience more and acclimatize oneself to it instead of complaining about it. You did say something like that last time as well. Just as the mood started to turn rather sour, Don shouts scattered through the awkwardness. Verily, nary a day has gone untarnished by villains and their foul deeds. Yet worry thee not, for there's evil, so does fixer of justice arrive. Don jumped from her seat and passionately shook her fist, which was followed by a heavy crack and the sound of small pebble tumbling down. What did you break, Don? Don? Please watch out! Huh? And from behind the wall, she accidentally broke down. An unfamiliar visage of a villager appeared and stepped back at Dawn. It appeared that she was eating something out of a can while reading some sort of book. Oh, our neighbor! Ah. Well. How, Ferris Doe? Ferris, thy foot? You can apologize first! You literally broke a wall! Ah, the last seem a tad too hyperactive today. I have apologies, kind lady, for I had hardly expected the wall to crumble so easily. I mean, I barely tapped it at most, and... Wait, are thou unhurt? Are there any sort of injuries, or... Two? Pray tell to what? Forget apologies. I just wanted to know what happens next. The fixers of justice rising up to... Yeah, do what exactly? What? Hast thou come to hear the tale of the fixers? I don't know about coming to us, given how Miss Dawn was the one who punched the wall down, but... Oh, I guess it's too late an hour, I guess. I don't really mind waiting for tomorrow, if you want to sleep first. No, not at all. This is quite early an hour for a tale, in fact. Pretty, sit thyself here. You ungoverned fool! Would you please come down for a second? We don't even know who she is, and... don't you forget to share those fixers' tail over there in the corner to not disturb our sleep. Oh, that makes the request most untenable. These tales deserve to be announced to the world with great gusto, from the very center of the room, with the greatest audience at hand, and... yeah, that's probably the best way to hear those kinds of tales. But we should probably introduce ourselves first. Here. My name is Masas. I'm... how should I put this? Did you meet the village's chief earlier during the day? Well, he is my Grams. Oh? That nice guy then, huh? So you are his granddaughter. Yet, I have not seen you once, Miss Major. You know, under the sun. My, you're right about that. I thought the village was completely dried up with any sort of young blood, and... like Rudia said, when we still didn't see Major out there, there wasn't anyone else in the village that we could comfortably call young around here. Oh, you are telling me that? Gramps was worried over nothing and told me to just stay put inside. Going on and on about the dangers that outsiders pose and everything, you know? Well, it seems that they do not give full faith to their saviors as of yet. There are things that you cannot really share with whom you don't really trust with your life. But I would like to know why. Maybe they're worried about their young ones. That's what most people would do for their families. Testing the waters, considering how dangerous their lifestyle is, near the ocean and stuff. My. So there are a bunch of other kids who are stuck indoors in this village. No, there isn't really anyone else around by age around here. And if that's the case, I guess I can kinda understand why you're so overprotective of yourself. Anyways, it's our turn. We are... you know what? I'm good. I heard enough to get an idea. Wait, you did? Oh, pray, how did thou hear from us? Via a listening device, most secret upon our chamber? Major tapped the side of the wall, the part of it that was still standing at least, and smiled ironically. Bad soundproofing, you know? I could hear pretty much every single word. Done, right? Everything done practically sang throughout the day. Oh, verily, I see. I think you could really do something about this sense of embarrassment here for once, but I guess that's fine. Well, I guess that's good enough for my self-introduction, so... care to regale me with a tale of fixers who bring justice to the evil of the city? Yes! Indubitedly! Then this shall do. I shall regale thee with the tale in which the legendary fixer, the Arch-Magnificent herself, the Red Mist, the Glorious, the only had... and I suppose that kills any sort of hope for a good night's sleep. Great! But, don't you usually pass out within a minute or something the second that your back hits the hay, no matter where you try to sleep? What? Hey, do you take me some kind of hibernating bear or something? Look, even I have trouble sleeping sometimes, when there's a lot of noise all over the... Did he fall asleep? In the middle of a speech? Well, I would say bear in hibernation is pretty spot on at this point. Well, for all that grumbling and moaning, he dozed off pretty easily there. Aside from Heathcliff, who began snoring the moment his head even touched the ground, some other sinners were fast asleep as well. Massault had entered sleep in his usual steadfast adhesion to his routine, with Faust laid claim to one of the few available cloth sheets as soon as the close of business for the day was confirmed. The sinners who had spent the entire last night searching for me in this unfamiliar land slowly began to fall asleep as well. Meanwhile, the fixer of the Spy Association's first section did... Though the night was no longer young, Dawn was still vigorously sharing tales of adventure without even a single sign of fatigue. I mean, she is a vampire. The night is usually her time. She is not determined to do this until sunrise. Is she? Or she might. Oh! I guess it's okay though, since Maya just seemed to have fun at least. As I continue to watch the pair with some mild concern, Anya, not yet asleep, approached me as well. This city that Miss Dawn is speaking of seems to be teemed with fixers of justice and exhilarating tales of adventure. Did you actually experience all of them yourself, though? No, of course not. Dawn's stories are usually those of other famous people. She's telling it with such vigor that it almost sounds like she was there by herself. Well, I guess if you really want to get into it, some of them might be retold of Dawn herself. I mean, she is over 200 years old. She could have joined them. Ishmael replied uncertain, thinking back to the play that we made to watch back in La Mancha Land. Oh well. I think all of those stories, even though they are only partially true, just go to show what a ridiculous place it can be. We wouldn't really need fixers of justice though to begin with, if we were living in just a world, right? A real good place to live would be quiet and peaceful, without someone having to force it like that. I guess that's true. I hope that there will come a day when Rhodes Island can be a normal pharmacist company again. At least in the future. Something is wrong? No, I just thought that Miss Major and I made eye contact there. Did she hear our conversation, even though she was supposed to listen to Dawn? I looked her direction as well, but all that I saw was Major's exciting reaction to Dawn's tale. Whoa! And what happened then? Thus spoke Lady Otis, boldly before the soldier who stood in our path. Thou presumptuous to stand in our path, servant of master most unworthy? For I, Otis, shall educate ye on manners make it. Otis? A tale about Otis? Oh, that's nice. Dawn was now retelling stories about Limbus Company in Hong Yuan. Otis, who could no longer stand Dawn's unintentional alteration of the story, jumped to her feet and shouted, "Damn it! What kind of nonsense are you trying to feed her here? I never said anything like that!" Verily, certain aspect of this retell may be exaggerated in order to make it a better story, you know? Well, that's a tale of adventure for you. Things are bound to get a bit dry when a story is told too realistically. You see? That's true. You know, nothing, not even anything resembling to a proper record or book remained once the profound silence swept through this village. So I've always had a craving for these kind of stories, you see? But Iberia doesn't stop Iberians from emigrating, contrary to that tight immigration control, right? Have you ever thought about leaving this place? It's still a challenge to cross the border though, especially since we're going to have to pass through larger cities that are managed by physicians. True. You don't really seem particularly fond of these guys. Why is that? Well, that's because this village was formed by people who grew tired of living under the Inquisition's rule and we decided to fled. Sorry, but what kind of organization is this Inquisition anyways? Sinclair asked, face turned cold upon hearing the word Inquisition and that people fled from it. Yeah, the Nagel and hammer that we saw back at Claw aren't the kind of memories that are so easily forgotten. Well, according to Dr. Kalsich, the Inquisition is what fills the power vacuum once a barrier fell into chaos. That its Inquisitors are the rapier and lamp-wielding protectors of a barrier city from lawfulness. That alone kinda makes them sound like good people at least. But it kinda depends on how harsh they will act. Yeah, I guess they are, but they're the Church of the Deep as well. The Inquisitors will go to whatever lengths to deal with incidents related to that church, worshippers of the Seaborn. What? Fie! An organization that worships those monsters? It seems that cult phantasmism is a plague wherever you go. Guess that's true. I feel like people with all kinds of wrong faiths and beliefs are kinda common around the world, huh? See, the Seaborn are the one that messes the barrier up. So following their logic, apparently it's okay for them to arrest anyone who seems even remotely connected to any of them. Are you saying that the barrier is like this because of the Seaborn stand? Those things from earlier. I guess they were kinda troublesome to deal with, but it didn't really seem that strong at all. Anyways, it's just what I heard from Grams, but the Inquisition executes any sort of innocent people too in their crusade against the Church of the Deep. Well, for those who proclaim to be on the side of justice, they seem quite fond of committing such villainy against anyone else. Well, it does seem like a reasonably policy decision to me at least. But it must pose a clear danger to a daily life and to civilians as well. Which also indicates that they would never help them out in the slightest. They never know when they are at risk here. Which is a bad thing. Yeah, I heard I was the only survivor back then. Everyone in my family just died. Must have had to endure such a long period of pain then. To be able to say something like that with such composure and all. Well, for the barrier, they are heroes who will bring the land back to its glorious land. But the Grams, they are just oppressors, making all of our life more difficult. That is why we are all coming here, fleeing from the Inquisitor's gaze. Yet, wherefore hast thou decided to set to a place like this, and... You mean so run down? Indeed. Yeah, I know, but it's not really that bad once you get used to it. Besides, we managed to find a new path thanks to you guys. A new path? Well, it's getting really late. Will you be repairing the ship tomorrow as well? Yes, of course. We kinda need it, right? This place really has no soundproofing at all, huh? Good talk, everyone. Hope we get another chance to do so tomorrow. After seeing Major to her own room, the other sinners, well, those who were still up anyways, and I, laid ourselves on the hard stone floor with only a thin layer of clothes between it and our back. That is going to hurt a lot. A mysterious world that is neither the city nor the outskirts. But it seems that the lives that people led here were just as difficult as they were anywhere else. Whoa! It is so big! Wait, is it already done? Amazing! I didn't know there were any sort of remaining vessels on this class in Iberia. Oh, I aspire her name here as well. This is called by the name Rebellion de las Masas. What? Rebellion de las Masas? The revolt of the masses, is it? A name very much mired in peculiarities indeed. Hong Lu chimed in that he was rather fond of it, with its size being about the same as the boat from his home, while Ishmael quickly jumped in to correct us that the size alone wasn't anything special at all at the Great Lake, but still, it was still pretty big compared to the Mephistopheles or even the Indigo's Elder's gift. I thought it was going to be somewhere around the Mephistopheles level of size. You know, most. Are you sure that you can even fix a ship like that in a day or two? I mean, look at that thing. Well, as I've briefed yesterday, the great majority of the time-consuming repairs have already been completed by the villagers. The extent of our repair efforts are only concerning a few components within the vessel that the villagers could not repair themselves. Which shouldn't really take us that much time. I mean, we have Faust, right? Unless parts that are unfamiliar to Faust are also malfunctioning, such as the core's engine, Remaining repairs should be sufficiently managed by Faust herself. Despite Oda's confident declaration, I could not really help but feel oddly unsettled as I looked at the ship. I don't really know why, but something tells me that we don't really want to linger here for long. Why? Still, please be thorough about this just in case. We don't really want to run into any sort of accidents now. Right? Yeah. I would rather not sit on another sinking ship again. The experience at the Great Lake was already enough. Do not worry yourself, Dante. Unlike the Mephistolas, most functionalities of this vessel, bonuyage gear, propulsion, steering gear, are all in operational capacity. This repair should be much easier than the case with the Mephistolas, where we literally had to modify the entire engine system in order to turn it into something entirely different. True. They seem confident enough about it. I guess it should be safe this time around, right? Maybe? Are we taking the ropes to climb up the ship then? No, there's a lift-like aperture down here. It should take us up on the ship. Its stability was verified yesterday, so please, let us board the lift. And are you 100% certain that this is safe? Right? The boat is afloat right now, Dante. I don't really think it's going to sink anytime soon. I mean, with our luck? Wouldn't that be nice? Seriously, with our luck, I wouldn't really say that. Oi, are you two just going to stand waffing about down here? We're heading up now. No, I guess we're going with you. It's fine. As I made my way into the vessel's bridge. Ooh, it looks fancy. I was greeted by the extravagant interior that was as gaudy as the exterior. Ah, wait, this isn't really gold, is it? Oh, sure is shiny as heck though. I got butterflies in my stomach just looking at it. AS. Aesthetically satisfying, she said. But also too ostentatious. Not quite my style. Our young Mephi is also quite an excellent vessel indeed. Yet imagine the adventure that we could embark on board of this vessel. Most lavishest decor. As Faust and Otis were working on one of the control panels, Ishmael walked up to another and interfaced with it before giving a knowing nod. This must have been an investigation or research vessel of sorts, but it does seem a bit extravagant for one of those kinds still. Look, coordinates. Updated in real time as well, it seems. The coordinates seem to have been set to somewhere out in the middle of the ocean. Maybe it points to some sort of island. Maybe. Oh no, that's not an island. Why are you here? Hey! Blimey lass, you sure know how to sneak up on people like that. Weren't you supposed to hide in the buildings? Masas? Oh yeah, what? Wait, did I actually surprise you guys? I did ask if you guys were going to fix the ship today. Well, you did, but still. I didn't really know that you would be here today. Huh. Well, anyways, why exactly are these coordinates set to this location? Well, there are several undersea cities beneath those coordinates, collectively known as Aegea. That was Grab's home. Home? Oh, I see. I understand now. What was understood here, if I may ask? Well, it is now understood why the promise to repair the ship was sufficient to earn their trust and the title of the Savior. Okay, and what is he on about now? Could someone please translate that? Consolation and cross-reference the observation and particular circumstances of the village and the statement of the village chief, alongside all of the informations garnered from exchanging with the Major. It is possible to gauge the significance that the ship's repair has to the local populace. Of course, while this may constitute a sequel of logical connection that poses certain challenge for Heathcliff to comprehend, to employ any degree of efforts to attempt to explain it in a more digestible language would constitute to a pursuit of inefficiency. Okay? You are overworking his brain right now, Faust. Please, just give it to him straight. They probably just want to go home, maybe find their own city again. That is pretty much what they want to achieve here, right? But if it's in the middle of the ocean, then is it underwater? Is it above water? That's the kind of question we should be asking. Might be lost, long lost. Please, would you lower the baton a little? I implore you. I shall explain it at full. I was wondering when Miss Smartass would start glabbling like that again. So what is she on about? Heathcliff's shoulders were relaxed. It didn't seem like he was actually going to swing the bat. He placed it lightly over his shoulder with a sigh. A brief observation of the village seemed to suggest that their sustenance situation was quite dire. Much of the daily sustenance consists of dry food at most. Most of them are for long-term storage purposes. Considering what Skadi said about how the coast area are full of dangers, maybe those dried seafoods aren't from around here either. Maybe it's just food that they packed when they first came to this place. Some villagers were armed, yeah, and those sea terrors weren't exactly that formidable either, but still. Given the state that the villagers are, I doubt that they have any time to repel those monsters, and indeed, and that brings us to a question of sustenance. Right, I get what's going on here. The lass and her grandpa are about to visit their hometown, aren't they? And they try to get some food and supplies from there to feed all of the villagers. And to conceive them, they are planning to use the fact that they are from the necks of the woods, or sea, or something like that, I guess. Oh, so we're not just repairing the ship, we are technically repairing their food supply plan as well. That's nice. But wait, what's wrong? It's, well, the expression was rather crude. Heathcliff's summary of the situation was clear, to the point, and easily understood. Listener stared at him with mild surprise. So he did catch all of that all by himself. And I did too. Wait, what's with all of that annoying look? Wait, hey, you saw it! You don't think that I'm that dim-witted? Come on now! Don't you guys realize that he has a 7 ID? He's technically a detective at times! Top-notch intuition. It's just that it's been a while since you showed this side of yourself, Heathcliff. I mean, come on! You just need to pull out the 7 ideas and you can see them every time. He actually does some paperwork there. He tosses them in a fable, you know? Thinking back, Heathcliff's intuition is always quite excellent, and he often puts together surprisingly accurate constellation with impressive speech. Or rather, conclusions. Well, you know, when you really think about it, it's kind of your fault for... Hey! I've been too soft of you lately, aren't I? Get back here, lass! Oh, God. Well, now with those full out of the conversation, was he correct? Otis looked away from her usual chaos and asked Major. Honestly, I'm surprised. He was quite on point on that. Yeah, food has been running low as of late, and at this rate, we won't really be able to last another year. But the Agiros will. I'm sure that they would welcome us with open arms. Don't really want to come off like I'm overly worried, but do you think they would welcome the others too? Unlike Major or the Chief, they are not really a gear, right? Well, I believe that they will. Iberia suspected hates the gear for no other reason that we are from the sea, but our home cannot have fallen so low as to abandon a group of starving land dwellers, right? You guys came from the sea? Pretty. Might though please anyone explain to us Who exactly are the gears? I had initially thought it would be a reference to region, yet it also seemed to refer to an affliction of sort, or an affiliation of sorts. Maybe there's something like nest dwellers then, though I don't really think I've heard of a nest that accepts backstreet people with open arms. Or maybe there used to be some sort of ridge fox instead? Well, if they call the nest tougher gears here, then does that make the rabbit ear last in the gear too? Probably not, because they don't really share the same features. Wait, in the world that you came from, do they not distinguish between races at all? That is not entirely true. Delineation between races is a concept that does exist. Though I only saw them in the Phantoms, there were those terrifying things called the Shukospawns? Oh. However, as a general rule, it can be said that humans should be the only intelligent life forms within the city. People of Terra have slightly varying appearances depending on their race, like my Acautus ears here. And I have these pointy ears, as you can see, because I am from a gear. Now, it's not really a characteristic that every gear shares. So, the closest idea to what they are discussing appears to be... Don't seem to be struggling to finish a sentence. My soul stepped in to continue. By context clues and the manner of words of usage includes the means of classification, the closest example in our world would be blood fiends. Similar external appearance to human, yet different nature. Comparable sapiens. This is of my belief that blood fiends are ostracized due to their nature that makes coexistence with other humans difficult. It might be that the Aegir are also sharing their traits. I'm sure some of them do possess qualities that make coexistence with others difficult, but those are kinda, well, probably rare. Oh? Then wherefore are they subject of such suspicion and hate? Well, that's because... well, the language is new, but the idea itself is pretty familiar to the city folks like us. Think of feathers of fallen wings, kid boards in the back streets. People replace their body parts with prosthetics. The form is different, yet in essence, we find difference. Something about how we keep finding these similarities in the ways of our lives, despite finding ourselves in a distant land with different rules, race, and even humans, felt oddly discomforting to us. Anyways, the point is, you guys are doing us real solid here by fixing up the ship, so thanks! Let's just move on these gloomy conversations, alright? I want to show you guys the cooler parts of the ship, so follow me this way. The ship tour may have to wait for now. The repairs are almost complete, but an issue has arisen. Huh? Wow, well that's not reassuring at all! It's just getting worse! Multiple life forms identified ahead, assuming to be more of those sea terrors. The ship's radar system seems to suggest as much as well. The vessel is currently surrounded. Oh, yeah, the same monster from yesterday as well. And then it shouldn't really be such a big problem. Executive Manager, please order us to prepare for battle. Damn it! Are they the sea terrors that you have encountered? They look a bit different though. But yeah, probably. There are a lot of them too. But if our experience tells us anything, we should technically be able to handle them just fine. Amya, please support us like you did during yesterday's battle. Can thou fight as well, young Major? I feel like I'm just going to get in your way, guys, and alright then. Please find a place to keep Major as far as possible from the battlefield. Then let's hurry down there. We don't want to damage our ship any further. Yes, we need to take care of them. Any sort of additional repairs are going to throw us back by a couple of days. Oh, there are some new types. The runners. But apparently from the passive, they seem to be pretty much the same. They don't inflict us with nervous impairment though. But they must be a little bit faster than the rest. Alright then, let me just take care of them really quickly. There we go. Not so bad. Not so bad indeed. So, are there any more enemies at hand, or was it just one wave? They kind of talked about a whole horde, so I'm not entirely sure about it. Oh no, I think there's more to come. Small ties, 15 turns, huh? Okay. Well, let's see what else they're going to throw in our way. Ooh! That one's a little bit bigger. The Sea Reaper. It gains an additional dice with unbreakable effect that triggers right away. Frenzy, in order to make sure that at least some nervous impairment gets applied. How much nervous impairment was it again? 30. Once it reaches 30, it gets dangerous. Okay, standby stage. Does not attack until taking damage. When the unit takes damage, will its standby stage change to combat stand? That's probably going to be dangerous. But if it isn't in combat stance, it will just inflict nervous impairment to all the enemies. With less than 15 impairment. It also gets more speed and more offensive level up as well. Okay. Still doesn't really seem that threatening, so I guess we're just going to skip ahead a bit. Ooh! Looks really pretty though. Like a giant flower. Huh. So, almost defeated. Not entirely sure why exactly they give us 15 turns for this. But to be fair, there were 20 enemies. 20 enemies are quite a lot. Right? 20 enemies are quite a lot. I was kinda assuming that there would be more of those beefy flowers though, those 500 flowers, but apparently not. Apparently not. Anyways, the remaining entities have all returned to the sea. Is everyone okay? I think they should be. It was just like our last skirmish indeed. The sea terrors had surrounded the ship, returned to the sea, even before the battle came to an end. Why are they retreating like that? And their retreat felt so orderly and deliberately to be just running away. It's almost like they were making a tactical retreat instead. I guess we're doing peachy then, but what about the ship? Power's still at the ship, right? Minor damages to the hull, but nothing that has impeded the ship's operational capabilities. So we're all in the green. That's good. Phew. So I've noticed during the battle, I might be wrong of course, but I think I noticed how around the end of the battle, those monsters were starting to go after the manager instead. What? You're probably right about that actually. I noticed too, at some point during our battle, those monsters have realized that it is the manager who's commanding the rest of us. I sensed the very same as well. Their movement were fluid and adaptive, as though they were learning all of our behaviors. Why does the Church of the Deep worship monsters like these? That ain't much of a question, ain't it? They must have all gone mad. Yep. I'm sure they have many reasons for that, but why are you out here? That was just a battlefield, Major! The Seenborn are beings of infinite potential, so much so that there's no superlative big enough to properly convert the scale. As organisms, they can endlessly evolve and adapt themselves every time that they've encountered a new environment or new elements at all. They transform themselves to other Seaborn as well. Maybe Maybe that is their draw. That fascination may be the attitude most befitting for their research. Yet, the transformation of fascination into idolosity is, well, if I may be frank, not entirely positive. I find it pretty uncomfortable, for me at least. It just reminds me of those whales. Then can they adapt to learn a language and communicate to us as well? Oh, they might be. I mean, what? Going by everything that we've heard so far, I think they sound really smart. Mage's eye went around at Hondu's suggestion. She brought her hands to her mouth in surprise. It sure was something. I heard that there were some Seaborn who could actually talk. If non-humans speak the language of humans, regardless of its testament of their intelligence, I could only think of two possibilities as to why they would. One is to communicate with us, the other is their attempt to deceive us humans. And more often than not, it is usually the latter, in order to get rid of us. But what about distortions then? Some of them already know how to speak, right? Distortions are a phenomenon in which a human is transformed in a monstrosity of forms, first observed after the White Knight and Dark Day incident. Therefore, that example is irrelevant to Ota's supposition. Wait, what? The White Knight? Dark Days? She whispers quietly, but as we were standing rather close to her, we all caught on to the hint of joy in her voice. Joy? The pillar of light in the city? Wait, did it really happen? How have you come across this knowledge, Miss Major? I mean, Dawn spoke a lot of tales back then. Oh, well that... Ain't it obvious by now? We got the culprit right here! The storyteller lass who's been gabbing on and on about until the very end. Yeah, she's been talking non-stop all morning about all kinds of stories. Hasn't she? Did she really talk about that? I mean, it wasn't really related to any sort of fixers, guys. Huh? Yet I have not gotten to that far for... It's you again! You didn't get so lost in your own stories that you blabbered all about our company secret as well, now have you? Nay! Fie, I would simply not do such a thing, and... As Don was subject to another round of scolding, Amiya stared out towards the sea, worried that the sea terrors might start crawling out of the surface again, before turning towards us. I wonder which of the two the Seaborns are. Their sense of self is really faint, so I don't really think they'll be... Well, they would fit either of those categories. I think it's possible that they've learned human language out of instinct, that the power of speech might even help them to survive. It appears that you, Miss Major, are quite the expert on the subject of Seaborn. Why is that? Your knowledge of them goes beyond the fear of one survivor may yield, thereby suggests a different meaning of acquaintance. Do you perhaps worship them? Wait, I don't worship the Seaborns. Seaborns don't have any hopes or wishes at all, just a desire to survive. Like the chief have said? Didn't he say that they are all just doing this in order to survive? Isn't that a shared sentiment then? Huh. Miss Major, does that mean that if Seaborn was someone able to hope? Maybe? So they have hopes and dreams as well? Is that so? The repairs are complete. As we were conversing, Faust descended from the ship with a neatly organized set of tools, borrowed from the villager. Repairs have been completed. I guess the repairs are done then, Yes, the ship is ready to set sail. Did you have a departure time as planned? I would prefer if we could depart as soon as possible. We don't really have a set time or anything, but I think we should be able to set sail this late afternoon, at the earliest. Oh, that soon? Well, as you have seen, we don't really have a lot to bring with us anyways, so... Oh, by the way, how far out of the sea do you guys even need to go? I have no idea. We kinda have to find the dimensional door of sorts, so... I could see the dimensional door's light from the beach at night. It was faint, but given how the light is strong enough to break through the sea's fog, we could be able to determine its location somewhere around the constellated vortex. So I guess we just can go back tonight? Well, the first order of business is to relay this news to the villagers. True, they need to get ready. Yeah, I guess we just go back to the village now. As we should. We need to bring all of them along. Okay, there's something going on in the village. That is not good. Yeah, I heard it too. I'm hearing people shouting at each other, hollering by now. When we returned to the village, ship repairs complete, we were welcomed by a rather hostile standoff. A quick count told me there were approximately 12 people assembled at the villager square. Considering its population, that was pretty much the whole village. Ooh. Who is that over there? Inquisitor. I think we've been found. Ooh. Okay. The Inquisitor, dressed in a well-kept uniform, was about the same height as Dawn. The sword and the lantern, hanging from her waist, sits in stark contrast with the more run-down, ramshackle villagers. She almost looked like a fixer from the city to us. So, the Inquisitor has finally discovered our village. Did you really think that you could forever stay out of the Inquisitor's gaze, citizen? That's rather naive of a dream. Fabius disappeared from the Inquisitor mid-interrogation, under charge of suspicion of membership within the Church of the Deep. Last known location, Salt Flat. The other Inquisitors have informed me that you've been identified next to pirates in the fridge. From a criminal to an outlaw, huh? What a dramatic evolution of a career. But it ends here, and now. Every citizen here, including you, will be accompanying me to the Inquisition, I mean. They have never broken a single law, nor are they any sort of outlaws to any of our kind. They are not like me. They have disgraced the Inquisitor's authorities, though, evading the gaze of a barrier, and found the sordid coast to lurk in. Tell me, am I not supposed to find this suspicious? What are you even talking about? You can't just start arresting people out of nowhere, left and right, for such tenacious suspicion like that. You shouldn't. We only wish to live a quiet life, madame. Is that so? Then you might find yourself returning to this village one day as well, as long as you are telling the truth, that is. Which is not an option for you, Fabius. Major, was the chief really a pirate? Well, yeah, but as far as I know, he's been out of the game for a long time by now. And even when we ran with pirates, all he ever did was share bin beef jerky with the villagers, so... Or maybe even carry the Agarians between them. Even if you're telling the truth, Major, I doubt the Inquisitors will be lenient about that. Well, what should we do now? I have but one question to ask. That Inquisitor, is he following the proper legal procedures here? I don't know really much about the laws of Feburary, but Dr. Carter told me that the words of Inquisitors are pretty much the law itself around here. It is likely that she's going to follow the proper legal procedure. The procedures are precisely what the villagers are fleeing from, after all. Then, guess it is decided then. Otis quietly drags me to the side and whispers outside of the Major's earshot. The sinners who were right next to me seem to have picked it up as well, though. Executive Manager, we best immediately return to our ship, take command of it, and sail out on our own. It is unwise to involve ourselves in this sort of conflict. Wait, are you serious about that? We should just leave them and let them arrest the villagers? Didn't you hear what the Inquisitor has said? It seems quiet, cut and dry to me here. If this is just a standard procedure with no laws being broken, we are in no place to involve ourselves here. Our best hope is just to take the ship before the impound upon us as well. But we can't just do that though. Even if that is standard procedure, even if they're working within the law, it's not... You stayed up to hear Major's story too, didn't you? This is not right. They're just going to kill them, aren't they? You know, the NCOP's Inquisitors were working within the laws too, when they came for my village. It was all a standard procedures to them. If anyone had stepped in, then... I know what you went through, but I would still rather not take the risk in an unfamiliar environment like this. I will try my best to figure out how to sail that ship. If I cannot, then I have faith that Ishmael is quick to learn the controls. I can't say that you're wrong, but I don't know. Neither you nor I know anything about the ocean around here, Otis. It seems really dangerous. We can get the ship going, but I can't really guarantee that we'll be able to reach the door without any sort of trouble. Do you know anything about the sea current in this region? Not much, but I know the coast sea somewhat at least. And you can't really fight the Inquisitors directly, here in Alberia at least. Fleeing with the ship might be the best option as of now. So what should we do, Dante? Yeah, I guess it's kinda awkward for us to just take their ship and go. I mean, they've been working on it for so long. So how about we just try to talk to them first then? Maybe we can just talk it out. Maybe. Unless of course they're going to take us in as well, because Clockhead here is very suspicious in its entirety, right? I think we should at least try to hear them out first. Them being Inquisitors, and the Chief both, right? If the discussion goes well, we might even be able to get the Inquisitor's support as well. If it goes well. Like Mr. Hongdu has said, we should hear them out first. Then maybe try to convince them both. I agree with them both. First, let's at least see what that Inquisitor has to say. LL. The rabbit is right, she says. Are you certain that translation was accurate, though? Maybe? Right, there's no way that Ryosha would just choose anything other than violence, right? Ha! Idiots! It's because the other options are all pointless. The Inquisitors have seen us as well. We're already under suspicion. She will doubtlessly try to stop us if we were to try to flee now. So talk first. Lower her guard, and strike their backs. Pretty sure that's not what Amelia was saying here, but I get your point. Maybe we can just talk it out. And even if we don't, we can get their blind sides. Well, if she's already on to us anyways, then we shouldn't really give her any more excuse to attack us by running away. Hello! I was wondering what you were doing over there. Lurking in the background like that. A clock-shaped hat. Are you from the Colombian Unison? What? They're wearing a clock for a head due to some certain reasons, and they have nothing to do with the Colombian Union. What is the Colombian Union now? Do they all have clocks for heads? Tick-tock, I see. What? Which language are you supposed to speak? Regardless of whether you're from Colombia or not, you're clearly not from Iberia, let alone any of those villagers. Well, you're not really wrong about that. I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. I'm quite certain that you don't know enough about this village to stand between them and an Inquisitor. How long have you been staying there? Or here? 2 days at most? Buddy, you should just tell her that! 2 days! Alright, enough of this insanity. Get out of my way, outsiders! The attempt appeared to have been made in quite a unstable ground. Please lend us our ear for a minute, Inquisitor. I'm Amia, leader of Rhodes Island. Yes, I'm aware of Iberia's close border situation, and I felt hope swelling within me as Amia began with confidence, unlike Sinclair. Alas, it was really short-lived. Thanks to the Inquisitor's quick retort, I couldn't really help but place my palm against my forehead at the exchange that followed. Oh, so not are we only dealing with outsiders of dubious origin here, but even illegal entry now. Well, about that, we kinda had to, because of the issues demanding urgencies and... Okay, I've been briefed. Brazenly crossing our borders then, didn't you? I don't know how urgent that issue could be, but I doubt that if anything is more significant than the situation at hand for Iberia and its Inquisitors. The High Inquisitors is handling Rhodes Island's issue. Stay put and wait for the consequences while he and that shady mad doctor of yours are talking it out. Do you know that your treatment may depend on her negotiating skills? Oh, so you already found the doctor as well? Well, that's good to know. Anyways, as for the village's chief, I understand that you're in your right to arrest him and all, as he is a fugitive who has fled in the middle of interrogation and has been sailing with the pirates. However, it is an inhuman treatment to arrest the rest of the villagers as well. They're not even slightly involved. Inhumane, you say? This decision is well within the right bestowed upon us Inquisitors. They have lived for years right next to that highly suspicious Agia. The Inquisition must investigate the rest of them as well, to verify whether they have committed any sort of act of treason against any of our laws. This isn't really going anywhere, is it? Listen, they've been surviving for years upon years by the coast without protection of any of the Inquisition, and that simply doesn't make sense. Oh, you know what? I think I've heard enough from you. Ain't it funny how you're blaming them for what is essentially a failure of your own responsibility? And now you're just going to roll up here only to go, this shouldn't be alive. I'm just going to arrest all of them. Is this really how you're going to treat your own civilians like that? Because they have the skills to survive on their own. They're not depending on your own organization and laws. Is that really a crime? Huh? What are you saying? That these people should all be dead by now or something? I am. There's no other way to cut it. People simply shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this. At least not for this long. The Inquisition reply only seemed to have fanned Heathcliff's wrath as he lifts his bat and begins striding forward. I'm pretty sure we're about to pick a fight here. Oh, that's not good. Alright, that's it. Lass, if you ever want so much as touch the tip of a single one of the villagers' hair, please calm down, but I'll noose that in between them. Get your bloody hands off of me! I've had enough of her and her bullshit! She's going to throw them in jail just for their basic survival instincts! Continuing to threaten her like that will cause something irrevocable bad to happen to all of them. I believe that you know that yourself, Heathcliff. And what do you suggest then? We're clearly not making any sort of progress by trying to talk this out. Excuse me, miss. What do you mean that people shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this? I mean it quite literally. Even by some miracle that they actually do survive, they should at least be suffering from endless hunger by now, struggling to their wits' end at the inability of the calamity. But they look so healthy. The heck are you on about? Then shouldn't you be applauding them for managing to survive for so long in such hardship? I am an Inquisitor. I am not some crazy person on power high who can go around across and arrest civilians on a barrier straight off Galo, okay? I have more than enough probable causes to take them into interrogation. It's just that I don't have the time or the energy to explain every single one of them to you outsiders who aren't even slightly involved. I promise them a fair judgment, whichever way that might be, after a proper investigation. So, stop it with this obstruction of justice! Inquisitor brandished her rapier, threateningly, her voice shake with frustration. Until, without the full picture of the circumstance, House advised against further antagonization of the local public authority. Yeah, I can see that. I agree with Faust here. Still, I get the feeling that she isn't the kind of heartless inquisitor that goes around indiscriminately executing the innocent, at least, like Miss Major has told us about earlier. I don't really think that she's anything like the Inquisitors of Encop either, that we saw back at Shalf. They were right. We don't really have the full picture of the circumstance. Getting in the way of an Inquisitor who was clearly a rather significant politic entity in the area was most likely a bad idea. It isn't the Inquisitor's job to answer your questions. Continue to obstruct me and then, as the standoff was showing no sign of ending. Miss Major? I can answer a question. So for now, let's do it, the Inquisitor says. Major, who had been hiding behind us ever since we returned to the village, suddenly stepped forward. Yet what of their grandfather and the villagers? It's alright. I'm sure this is happening only because the Inquisitor doesn't know about it. What do you mean with that now? About the profound silence. What? Major's response to Otis was but a single concept. I didn't quite grasp the significance, but it seems to surprise the Inquisitor quite dearly. That is what they call the calamity that has destroyed a barrier. Huh. You. Decades ago, a great wave had ravaged through a barrier. It wasn't long before the seaborn carried by the wave diminished the barrier's brilliant civilization to this. Waves. The profound silence then must have reduced the village to its current state as well. Is there any reason that it is called the profound silence, though? It doesn't seem to be the most appropriated mnemonic for a calamity like that. It is because the sea went dead silence before the wave came. The silence then claimed the ships out of its sea, then the city of Feburary, then the Ilbarians themselves. No one could say a word in face of the ineffability of calamity. What are you? No average Iberian citizen should be privy to any sort of information that you are currently sharing. And the Church of the Deep is really capitalizing on the pandemonium that followed the profound silence as well. They pretend to be a gear from the sea, deluding the citizens of Feburary, and are sowing chaos in their lands. So that is why they're trying to arrest all sorts of Feburary left and right. I can see the thought process behind that, but still. So, it is understandable why the Inquisitor would stand to arrest us. Dante? Yeah, that doesn't seem to be going well. Sharing that seemed to have been some kind of a taboo-like thing for the Inquisitor, huh? The Inquisitors wordlessly stare at Major. Her eyes were filled with traces of anger and confusion. But still, she's afraid. There was fear in the face of a threat. Not the fear of the terrified. No, it's the fear of someone who's suddenly confronted with something that they must destroy. The High Inquisition once told me that should I come across an Aegir who knows too much, that there is a sliver of a chance that they may be of assistance to a barrier. Cease! Thou threaten the innocents by brandishing the firearms! But most are seduced by the allure of the sea instead. Thus, they are, with little doubt, our foes. What? Yeah, now I'm getting some really bad feelings about this. Get out of my way, outsiders. This is a final warning. Okay. Quick on the uptake, as always. Rhodia slung Major over her shoulder and ran past the villagers. Well, that is certainly a way to get the villagers out of trouble. Just put the target on us. Why don't you? Well, the sinners scatter in all directions to distract the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor draws a firearm and in the midst of all that action, Don rushes towards the Inquisitor without a moment of hesitation. Don! Thou shalt go no further! I, a fixer of justice, shall abide by thou persecrating them! Forsooth, this is a battle delayed, not avoided. This clash is inevitable! Are you really going to fight or no? In a moment of crisis, seconds before this could irrevocably make us our new enemies. Monster? Whoa! Okay! Well! Second Faust has appeared! Nietre? It feels like it's supposed to be monster, but the letters are switched. Either way, a large obsidian crystallization in the shape of a monster burst forth between the two of them. Ha! And who is it this time? That's enough meaningless bickery. Dr. Kalsit! That's the doctor? Oh, do you know her? Yes, she's Dr. Kalsit, Rhodes Island's medical department's, Dr. Kalsit behind you! Huh? What happened? Shoot first, talk later. Is that how you're going to act? Then, negotiations are over. From this moment onward, Rhodes Island is now operating within legal capacity on Iberian's territory, under the Inquisition's authorizations. The Inquisitors fired a blast of firearm-looking weapons, but the monster summoned by Kalsit managed to deflect them all. And the cannonballs thrown from the weapons punched clean through the walls of the buildings that we stayed the night in, before punching through several other buildings behind them as well. Well, great! You ruined our housings! Thank you, Inquisitors! Life around here is already difficult enough and you just made it worse. Well, that was enough to instantly freeze the sinners and the villagers on the spot. That penetrated the buildings. Though the walls may have been weakened and the head standards for what counts as a building exterior's wall, to punch us through so many of them. Huh, what a precise point it makes. Now's not the time to stand around, though! Yeah, it is a violation of a taboo to have that much penetration of power in a firearm. Such power is forbidden! We're not in the city, though. Don't lose your head over this taboo. It doesn't apply around here. My head may know that to be true, yet my heart finds it very difficult to stand still. That is enough of that discussion for now. It is advisable that we carefully observe and grasp the situation at hand, instead of deliberating on a taboo that the jurisdiction of which does not even reach thus far. Yeah, so now the situation has gotten slightly better, right? Maybe? I mean, if she's Amya's friend at least, then she's our ally. Besides, she got a super powerful looking thing there. Prosthetic gear looking thing too. Is it a prosthetic? Kinda seems like it's alive. Huh. Is that what you think? I apologize for this disappointment though, but I'm not on anyone's side. In other words, your particular denomination of ally might not be entirely correct. However, if I must define my allegiance, then let me inform you that the closest label would be that I am Inquisitor's Arena's ally. What? Dr. Kalsit? Amya, these outsiders. As much as I would like to deny it, the Inquisitor's suspicions are true. Well, it can be said that the process by which we reached that conclusion was unfair, the conclusion itself, without a doubt, is correct. So they're actually connected to the Church of the Deep? That is one way to put it. To be more precise, they aren't connected to the church. They are the Church of the Deep. Perhaps the village itself is a dissipated church of their aggression? Okay. Wait, our village a church? Just look at our buildings. Where would they even concrete to that? Your thought, Faust? There are not really many resources by which we can analyze these kinds of decisions, right? We barely know anything about them. However, the fact that Amia's colleagues has made the same argument as the Inquisitor brings the crucial defense into question. Yet, I can hardly believe that young mage is lying to us like that. Hold on, you've been chatting plenty with the Inquisition or whatever. How do we know that you aren't aligned with them this whole time? I see, you really are entities in the dark. An expected outcome, given that all of you may be from a place far beyond the dimensional doors. As fortune would have it, there's no need for you to know it anyways. Truth is truth, unchanging, without acceptance from an errant group of outsiders. Besides, soon. I'm sorry. It seems that we admire you in our trouble as well. I say no such thing! We shall not abide by as one of such injustice is perpetrated before our very eyes. Yeah, Don is right. The village has already been identified by the Inquisitors, and the Inquisitors have been brought an ally. It seems quite unlikely that words could resolve this conflict. But we promise you, we will take responsibility for what is done. We have benefits far too much from your warmth and kindness not to do so. The village chief, with benevolent look, pulls a dagger from his cloak. And I immediately knew what Kalzit was about to say. What? Take responsibility? Wait, you don't have to go that... Are they attacking us? Blimey! Say clear! For we are now departing for the sea. Yet, as we cannot bring ourselves to leave you here, I must ask that you join us for this journey. Become our blood kin. What? What are you doing? Stop this! The unanticipated, or perhaps I was simply in denial of the rising threat, ambush did not end there. Lady! Damn it! The Inquisitor was right all along? Basalt, come on! You could have blocked that easily! You're tough as a wall! You can't just dive with one stab! The villagers suddenly began shanking the sinners with weapons that they have concealed in their clothes. And it seems that they were coming for me as well. Huh? Amia, on your left! What's that now? Amia materialized the black ribbon like a parent, paring away the dagger flying in my directions. But another villager rushed in, taking advantage on that opening. Did she get stabbed? The charging villager's back made a viscous crunching noise. Someone flung them away. Scotty! I didn't mean to be late. Scotty! Wait, let me catch you up to speed. I know the situation. This fishy smell was what I went to investigate. Wait, fishy smell? Then what about the sinners? Unlike Amia and I, who managed to survive the initial ambush, the sinners weren't really doing so well. At least, we had a silver lining in that the Inquisitor and Skadi quickly understand the situation and the subsequent retaliation of the villagers, and led the villagers away from the sinners. How? I didn't even notice any sort of hostility or any sort of aggression. What an odd thing to say. Why would we hold any sort of animosity against you? Why would we intend to kill you? We are not trying to hurt you here. We're simply trying to give you a form better suited for the sea. By killing us? Until we were obstructed. I apologize for our unfamiliarity that caused you trouble, Inquisitor, but what is going on? I won't make a big stink about what just happened. What is truly unforgivable is that the heretics tried to take advantage of the ignorance of outsiders to flee us Inquisitors. And even if you're outsiders, any life lost on the barrier soil are my responsibilities. It's my fault, and I'm sorry it came to this. Huh? Wait, life lost? But we're still alive, you know? We can just shake off a step with like... It is most unfortunate, outsiders. What are you talking about? Your friends are either going to die or turn into seaborns? Why? The dagger that stabbed them were laced with the flesh of the sea terrors. Once that happens, most die, and the survivors become overwritten by their cells, becoming nothing more than another sea monster? Wait, is that not supposed to be a very big deal? Everyone was acting like this was for the sinners, but... Hey, I should be able to deal with this by turning the clock, right? It shouldn't really be that bad. But didn't you say that there might be a chance that that might become permanent? I mean, wasn't that one of the concerns when we dealt with the whales? If it doesn't kill them and just change them permanently, like a bloodfin transformation, then that is not something that we can cure, Tante. You know that. My only concern was that I didn't know what would happen if we tried to bring them back after they fully transformed into seaborns. The Golden Barrow helped me deal with the whale's palification effect as well, but I had no idea how it would interact with the seaborn's transformation. I mean, we were able to counteract that, but if the transformation is already inside of their body, that might be different. Guess we should just kill them before they turn then. Yeah, sure! Let's just kill all of our sinners! Why don't we, huh? I know this must be very hard for you, but wait, what? Sorry to bother you with this, but can you please kill my friends really quickly? Oh, and preferably in the least painful way. Huh? Oh, sorry, was the last part kind of hard for me to ask, or... Wait, please don't give up so quickly! If we bring them back to Rhodes Island, we should be able to do something to help them, and... how should I explain this? Guys, could you please... Dante, I know exactly what you mean, but... I just can't right now. The strength has rapidly deteriorated since the ambush. It kind of feels tingly too, so maybe they use some kind of paralytic cocktail on the daggers as well? Maybe to keep them more alive? To stop the pain? Huh. Just trust me on this one, alright? I can assure you that I'm not just about to give up on them. But... Anya, can you understand the outsider? Yeah, it's just that they're making a pretty difficult request on me. They want me to kill all of their friends before they transform. Okay, fine by me. Swing and go. Wow, well, she's easy to work with. Oh, you want them dead? Sure, just ask and they die. Before we even knew it, Skadi had already decapitated the sinners, none of whom have resisted even in the slightest. Ima seemed to have been taken aback by how fast Skadi jumped into action. What are you even doing? Skadi! Well, don't let the spook you know. This is just how we roll around here. The clock turns. The decapitated heads creep towards the headless torsos, connecting the threads of blood, which is probably extremely creepy to see for anyone who isn't used to this. The sensation in that of reversal It feels as though the sinners and I are severed from the rest of the world, rewinding in isolation. Is this rewinding us going back in time? Or are we just defying the concept itself? This pain is multifordly worse than the sensation of straightforward decapitation, though. The pain is in the heart. As the current of death reverses, I sense a deep and crushing isolation. Okay. Their wounds are disappearing. Resurrection, metamorphosis, or even time reversal. Puzzling indeed. I have no knowledge with which to impart this technology. The cost seemed to be that the pain is transferred to the one who rewinds them all. But that seems too small of a price for such a great power. Though the discussion of whether this can be categorized as a power should probably be explored at a later point of time. I couldn't stop shaking at all. All of my limbs were trembling from ice solitude. Still, I took a moment to collect myself and order the sinners. I don't know just what they were thinking, but we should be able to find out once we take them down. You dare deceive our executive manager and even try to take their own lives? Prepare thyself, for thou shalt now pay the price for making a mockery of justice. Look at Dawn's face. She's getting serious now. Oh, Rodion! That's great. And my soldiers tidying up again. But somebody's getting ready. Yeah, we can't just let this slide, you know? How unfortunate. I had high hopes that all of you would become fine bloodkins. Right then. Time for us to beat up some villagers, huh? This is quite a shame indeed. But this just has to happen. They also have nervous impairment, just like the fish thingies. Just how close to the fish guys are they at this stage? Are they already infected? Or are they just spreading their teachings? Because they were talking about survival. Is their connection to the sea the reason why they weren't attacked in the first place? Cell injection. Terra assimilation? What? If an ale sinner has 5 stacks, it escapes the battlefield. But an ale sinner has a defensive skill equipped when it has this effect. They escape the battlefield at combat start. Okay. So this effect stops them from defending. And if 5 stacks are reached, they're also booted from the fight. It doesn't necessarily kill them, but they need to deal with this by dying. Okay, I need to be extra careful about that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're all the same. Alright, guys! Please be careful. Do not get infected by these guys. By these infections. Sorry about that, guys. I got a little bit interrupted there, but I'm back here and I have no idea what is going on right now. We're fighting humans. And... oh, the chief is here. Fabius. Alright, they were stabbing us, weren't they? Yeah, they were stabbing us and they were trying to infect us with some stuff. Tentacle... sea Terra assimilation thingy. What was that again? When an allied sinner has a defensive skill equipped while this effect is on them, they will escape from the battle from the start. Escape battle means they are dead, right? Is it possible for them to rejoin, or does that count as instant dead? Not entirely sure, but the max stat is 5, so I should probably be mindful of that. And the guy has a power upgrade of 2 and 5. That's sweet. Very least it doesn't seem to be that powerful as of yet. Still need to get rid of the followers still, so that's a bit of a problem. The Lasker certainly has the highest odds. So let's just hope it's going to turn out well for them. Maybe not. We all love sinking! We all love to fight against sinking, right guys? I didn't even notice that they all have like 33 SP already. So I've probably checked up on that first. So they have sanity and I don't have any. Well, that seems about right. That seems about right. He has tentacles? Okay. I mean, he did start with a 5 for simulation rating. I guess he's just a couple of steps away from joining the sea, huh? Yeah, couple of steps away. Okay. That's fine. And you are just going to give that girl another tap. Well, Otis keeps her busy. Okay, that seems like a good plan. Probably 14, 10, another 14. I just need to somehow build up my sanity, which is kind of difficult with their sanity. Oh, this is doing a wonderful job. That's probably not going to do any sort of damage though. But it's fine. We still got a stagger. We already got a stagger, so that's already super, super handy for us. And another stagger. Ryosha's fine. Pretty sure that girl is dead. Good. Additional hit. No tentacles are applied. Just a bit of sinking. And he gets more dices. Ongluda's 47 at best. Yuseng does 43, so they technically would need her help as well. Okay, that is going to reduce their numbers by 4, maybe 3 at least. I'm going to get another stagger soon. Boss is able to build up a sanity. Perfect. Not quite enough to finish him off. Yuseng comes around. Ishmael is tanking like a champ. Perfect shot, Rodion. And no staggers. Good. Good, just 2 more followers. Going to give a couple of additional hits on the first person. This should be fine. This is probably going to be fine. Faust is still outside of the explosion range. Oh, never mind. I didn't need it to do anything specific with them. Maybe the others can handle the second follower as well. Maybe I don't even need to... Ooh! Maybe... Ouch! I don't even need to take them out in an additional round. Maybe they're just going to finish her off first this. That would definitely be quite helpful for us. Okay. Still outside of the stagger range. Lovely to see. At the very least, we're going to have some support for the next round. Ref support. That's definitely going to be helpful. Oh my god, he actually pulled it off. I'm so proud of you, Hannu. This is perfect. This is absolutely perfect. Okay, we're going to take that hit with Ishmael. 27. And I don't even care about the shields right now. I'm going to worry about that in the next round, when I can clash shields against shields. That sounds like a good idea. First and foremost, the followers have to go. That's really important. The followers have to go. And we might want to attempt to build up some of our fire counts now. That would certainly benefit the others. But regardless, 150 damage from Faust alone. That is already worth a lot. And the count has already risen to 22-4. 23-4. That's good. Ishmael has to take a couple of hits, but she's still fine. Upwards to 25-3. Okay. Otis is on 32. She should be able to handle herself. And that should cancel each other out. Or maybe it doesn't work that way anymore. There is a chance that it doesn't work that way anymore. Which is a bit counterproductive, but we will see. We will see. But regardless, the other attack also heads towards Honglu, so in the worst cases, he can just protect against that as well. Oh! Rodion won that one! Perfect job for getting really, really close to the stagger bar. No staggers. Okay, I'm just going to attack his defenses die now. Every single one of you, we're stockpiling the defensive die. There's no way he can avoid this stagger. There's too much damage at hand. He barely has the shield abilities active right now, so this is absolutely going to be fine. Our burn count is looking nice on 3. Maybe we can increase it a little bit further. Yes, Honglu already increased it. Pretty sure Ryoshu is not able to increase the count at all, but that is fine because he is dead. There we go. Not so bad. Wait, I think they're heading to... They're going to the ocean? He's running himself into a dead end. Are they seeking refuge at the sea? Wait, that is where the ship is! That is where they're heading! They're trying to board the vessel! Wait, but we never told them that the ship was repaired! So how? Isn't it obvious? The whole village is in on this. It ain't a surprise that they were sending some spies to spy on us. Or they know a way to get the ship floating even in a broken vessel. Vessel Masas? Yes, Vessel Rebellious de la Massa. The ship is moored at the port in that direction. Wait, but it can't be! Arena, who was preoccupied with battling the rest of the followers of the Church of the Deep, who were in hiding, quickly gave chase. But Fabius and the villagers were already aboard the repaired ship, slowly departing the harbor with a horde of seafarers between us and them. Are they actually being protected by them? Huh. How can a vessel of that size become operational that fast? The exterior and that name. It must have been constructed during the golden age of Iberia. But how are we supposed to chase that? Oh, what if we build a raft and row after them? I mean, we could attempt that, but I'm pretty sure it's going to caper really, really fast. Mate, come on now! The sea is full of sea terrors though. It won't get very far before it sinks. You see something, Amiya. You keep looking into that direction. What is still? Oh. Hmm? The vessel Masas soon disappears into the mist, and this village was left empty with nary a sign of people ever being here, as though this getaway had all been premeditated. They left Major behind? Leaving only Majors. What the hell? Why? They kept her hidden before. I thought they cared about her. What is... What is this? Huh. The three-way agreement. Maybe we can help each other out, because I definitely would hate it if they get away like this that easily. It doesn't seem fair in the slightest. We helped them. We fixed it. And they backstabbed us like that. Damn it. Can't we just take any ship to get after them, or rather go after them? It's a research vessel. It can't possibly be very fast, right? This will be difficult. Even if it is a research vessel, I'm sure it was constructed during the Golden Ages. No average ship could possibly keep up with that. Which is a problem in itself, because I doubt we have any ships that can travel at the same speed. We only have a few small vessels left, which are all anchored too far from this location to be any sort of feasible option. Do we have any recourses then? No. Not unless we can identify the exact location of the vessel. Which is the real problem here. We can find ourselves a ship to go after them, yes. But most eyes of Feburary, the lighthouses, were lost during the profound silence. Wait, when you say most, do you mean that there are some left? Just one, as far as I know. The one in Grand Pharaoh. But that lighthouse cannot be used at this moment. And why is that? Oh, wait, there's another. There is a lighthouse that you can use. Oh? Wait, really? Ha! Are you really going to give one of the villagers the benefit of the doubt? Yet young Skadi had already confirmed her to be safe. Free of infection, probably, because she's still here. All I confirm is whether she is seaborn or not. Can't know if she's a cultist. That's true, but still! She isn't one of them. She didn't join them. Isn't it already proof? But then again, maybe they just want to keep an eye on us again. We are a relatively unpredictable group of people. True. Yet, once we saw that Major was left all on her own, we decided to have her accompany us at all time and keep an eye within Arena's eyeshot. We couldn't possibly blame her for what has happened, given Skadi's confirmation that she doesn't have anything to do with those sea monsters at least. Besides, they had all but left her behind. But Arena still seemed to harbor a bit of suspicion. The problem with the Agira is that she simply knows too much. Where could she possibly have gained access to all of that information? Well, see, she can't even answer that question. I mean, it's probably complicated. But let's just think about it this way. What if we were to ask her what we don't know? The location of that lighthouse, for example. They're ticking rapidly here. What are they saying? Dante says that we should approach it differently and ask her what we don't know, like the location of the house, the lighthouse. That seems like a reasonable suggestion, well, at least to me. Or does the Inquisitor have an alternative solution to this conundrum? No, but... fine. Let's hear it out. I want to interrogate you about how you have access to things that even us, Inquisitors, don't even know anything about. At least, not for now. Faro Muerto, the dead lighthouse. That was our village's name. Somewhere a little way off from the coastline, there's an intact eye of Eberta on the sea, though it was almost destroyed when the profound silence has swept through it. Off the coastline? Is it connected to the land then? I think it used to be at least, until it sank. We should be able to procure ourselves enough wood material from the village to build ourselves a raft then. Is it near enough for a raft to be a means of access? The weather is not great today, but it could possibly do. It's not very far from the coastline. Even you? You're really going to trust that Agia? I don't see a reason why I shouldn't. I understand that Iberian mistrust of the Agia is quite profound, yet such sentiment is hollow to the rest of us. Inquisitor Irina, what did you feel when you saw the Rhodes Island's operator? Well, if you were talking about the Countess, then nothing in particular, other than, I guess, slight annoyance when she accused me of being inhumane. So you didn't harbor any sort of hostility, nor any sort of disgust. Not that you would have felt any sense of sympathy or even empathy either. Well, I thought... I have no history or feelings, for or against the Agia. So much be the same for any of the outsiders. Okay, and what is she all about? She's conveying then, in the matter of regards of the Major, our opinions are more objective than Irina, because we see it objectively, instead of emotionally. Finding the vessel that Feburary has commanded will be of benefit to us all. Limbus Company will gain an opportunity to return to the city via the dimensional door, while we, from Rhodes Island, will have a chance to study it in close proximity. And the Inquisition will gain possession of the vessel in which the technology from the Iberian Golden Age is contained. So we all get something out of this. What? Wait, you're just going to hand that over to the Inquisition? I mean, sure, why else? Do they need a giant ship? Come on now. Why should we cover what was once Iberians? While there are certain aspects that the vessel has that draws my interest, I already have a state-of-the-art masterpiece known as the Mephistolus. Well, as long as that can be guaranteed, I see no reason to refuse then. Avina eventually agreed to put her trust in Major. Well, I guess we're in luck, Executive Manager. It is quite fortunate that our interests align themselves exactly with that of the first strangers that we have encountered in the strange land. Lucky is right. Imagine if we were back in the city. It would have taken them like 3-4 free distortion hunts for us to come up to this agreement. Yeah. Well, sorry about having to settle you with this, Major. Please lead us to the lighthouse. Okay, happily. So, when you said almost destroyed, how almost are we talking? Well, I heard that the light faded from the lighthouse a long time ago, but the shape still stands. At least, it was when I saw it a few months ago. Months ago? Well, if the lighthouse is in an operable state, we're going to need an expert technician to get it back in working order. The technology it is based on is completely divorced from the popular application of origin technology, so I doubt there's anyone out there who could possibly work on it anymore. And then... I don't really think that you need to worry about that. Here we have an engineer and a researcher who is a genius amongst all of their peers in the city, so we should be able to manage most mechanical failures. Okay, well today is just one revelation after the other, I see. Sorry about that. Well, I can certainly vouch for Limbus Company's skill. I can as well. Also, I can work on simpler tasks. I've learned a thing or two helping out my grounds back then. Stuff about the lighthouse and various tech stuff as well. Well then, should we all head to the lighthouse then? No, I'll be leaving for the moment. Amia will accompany you instead. Wait, what? After all that, you're just going to go off on your own? Yes, to join the Doctor. It is imperative to the successful execution of this mission. Wait, aren't you the Doctor? Oh. Well, of course, that hinges on Amia and Skadi remaining behind here to assist the rest of you. Thus, I will leave it to the rest of you to take the Eye of Iberia. The lighthouse back. Wait, what do you mean with taking back the lighthouse now? Aren't we supposed to just fix it? Is there someone or something out there that takes over the lighthouse called the Eye of Iberia? A likely supposition. Amia, what did they say? They were asking if the lighthouse has been taken over by something. Oh, well that is not a bad intuition. Yes, there's a high likelihood that the structure has already been overrun by the sea terrors. Well, I don't really know about being overrun, but I've encountered them a few times when we approached it too closely. Maybe they are protecting that place. Normally, this is hardly enough personnel to attempt to raid a lighthouse. But answer me this. Are there any limitations to their revival? There are no restrictions that we know of as of yet, as long as the manager survives. However, do note that battle efficiency depreciates with prolonged battles due to the mounting mental stress on our team and manager. Yes, we're getting tired really quickly. This is not the ultimate solution. So there's no need to change the plan then. Anya, use this communicator to alert me as soon as you're able to identify the coordinations of the vessel. If luck would have it, we should be able to reduce the time it takes to complete the retrieval mission. Alright, as long as you're not taking everyone with you. If it's just her who leaves, then go ahead. I think we should be fine too. Then let us commence our mission. Vessel Mesa Retrieval! And the first step of the plan is our raft, right? Let's get on with that. It is done. What? Wait, what? Why are you looking at us like that? Is there something bothering you? Wait, did Skadi already build one by herself? I mean, she was busy over the night, wasn't she? She wasn't with us, at least. Oh. Must you ask? Just look at how proactive and quick she is to jump to action. Certainly lives up to the image of an employee working for a large corporation. Are you talking about Skadi? Oh, well, thanks Otis for that charitable view, I guess. Thanks to Skadi, who had already finished the first step of the plan, we were able to move on to step 2 immediately. Which is the lighthouse. After a while of carefully sailing on Skadi's raft along the coast cliffs, a gargantuan shrouded lighthouse emerges from the thick mist. Eye of a barrier. Even in its dilapidated, ruined state, touches that are at once monumental and sensitives are apparent on the exterior construction of the lighthouse. Some even would call these lighthouses the guardians of the barrier. It retains the grandeur of the era, as it was built during its golden ages. You really know everything about this, don't you? Well, it is as you said, but now these lighthouses are nothing more but graveyards of countless Inquisitors and soldiers of Benel Baton. No one who attempted to retrieve a lighthouse has ever survived the expedition. Of course not, because with a lighthouse you can travel the seas, and I'm pretty sure the ocean would hate that. So, can you please not say that scary stuff to us, Miss Arena? We are literally about to walk into one of those things. Ugh, don't you ever quit chirping? What are you, a foul beast? Stop yapping in my ears now. Why is this one such a coward unlike the rest of you guys? I'm not a coward, I'm just voicing my concerns here. But you did say some pretty concerning stuff though. So how long do you think the repairs will take? Its exterior is rather heavily damaged. However, from what is visible from the outside, the interior seems to be quite intact. That's a good sign. With Miss Faust's expertise, it shouldn't really take very long. She hasn't even saw the interior yet, guys. I know that she's good, but this is an entirely new terrain. Give her some time. Give her some room of failures. Either way, he sank his chest with a smile, but Faust maintained her silence for the entire journey to the lighthouse. She must be talking to this Gesellschaft right now. And then said something pretty concerning in response. Of course, my wits remain unmarred, even in such uncertainties. The current are pretty wild as well. Someone is going to have to stay behind to keep an eye on the raft. We can't just leave it here unattended. But I don't really know if we can just carry it either. then I'll be staying here and protect the ship. Oh, but are you sure that you can handle this alone? I know that you already are super strong, but maybe 1 or 2 more guys would certainly be helpful? No, there's no need. The sea terrors will swarm the island if I go with you anyways. So this has nothing to do with you. Why is that? So what she's trying to say is that she's worried about you not having enough people to take on the Lighthouse when she can handle this area all by herself. Which is why she's okay with staying behind. Alone. I see. Well, thanks for that explanation. Some people just can't help but hop through extra loops at times, I guess. Yeah. Well then, I guess we should just trust her. We'll be back, Scotty. Good luck. Luckily, we didn't really run into any sort of sea terrors on our way to the Lighthouse gate. The problem, though, is that the gate was bounded shut by strange blue tissue. Uh-huh. That kind of reminds me of an L-Corp branch back at U-Corp, huh? With all that white stuff that was melting people into walls. Great! I don't think I can do anything to force it open myself, so... Guys, can you perhaps pry it open? Oi, move over! I'll pull from the right side, you grab the left one. And... we're all going to pull together. At 1, 2, 3! 1, 2, 3! Okay. Something is off here. What are you doing? Well, the door is firmly secured in place, isn't it? This flesh tissue regenerates almost as soon as it is torn off. Perhaps you will need to tap into a wilder form of art to get this open. With multiple slashes and maybe some fire. So, what now? The strange flesh tissue growing on the gate is a sea terror. It reacts to the lamp, but it's growing too much to be affected by it in any meaningful capacity. Scotty might be able to open this door with her incredible strength, but right now, she's at the raft. Should I just go and fetch her then? But I think she's already fighting off some sea terrors by now. So we are all on our own. Maybe there's an identity card or maybe an ego that I could use. So which one? Huh? Just as I was pondering a familiar question, a faint black glow came into view. Then it devoured my sight. It's not intuition or inspiration. It's different from those sudden flashes of realization. And it's not the star of the day that I think from time to time. It's not the horrible board that I see every time that I turn the clock either. The formless and black space in which I'm not permitted to see. A faint noise, a whisper, cuts through it. And through that opening, I see a light. I reach out to the opening and see Skadi from a very, very warm gaze. Skadi? Powerful imagery crashes onto me like a wave. Skadi, the staggering dancer wielding her blades. Skadi, who flaunts her flowing locks. And Skadi, the singer, humming in a low voice. Beyond the frigid of cognition, Skadi's existence had become engraved. The sinner who can wrestle and control this volcanic and tidal wave of power is... What are you doing? Well, I think I'm good, and I don't really think that we need to send for Skadi now. What did you just do? Huh? Hey, Ishmael! I know that we never used this ego before, but I need you to trust me on this, and just accept it! Ishmael? Wait, what do you mean? Which ego? I nod quietly. Well, it's not like we ever get to have a practical run with those egos before. Whatever it is, seems to me our manager has found a solution. The confusion is short-lived. She lets out a carefree laughter before stepping forward, boldly twirling her mace odds. I mean, what's the worst that could possibly happen? Get corroded? I'll just heal from that. Oh! We get a taste before we get her! Oh, that's cool! They've never done that before! Huh! Oh! The cracks on the lighthouse are growing! Huh, I think she just destroyed the door there, instead of just opening it. Well, sorry, I didn't think it would be this strong. Well, the door's certainly open, so what are we waiting for? No, I mean, what, the part where you know, the transformation and... Huh? Oh, the part where I suddenly changed into a completely different outfit, equip a completely different persona, and equip some kind of superpower all on my own? Yeah, that is just Tuesday for us. Yeah, exactly that! Well, that is... most fascinating indeed. That was an ego that could be drawn here, in lieu of the mirrors of the Mephistopheles. I think I just connected to Amya's subconscious mind there. It was this strange, unfamiliar light, and then I saw Amya's emotion attached to her memories and experience. So I just reached out to them and... Wait, her subconscious? I just had this feeling that it just would work out. I'm sorry about peering into your mind like this, at least without asking. But I didn't see anything other than things about Skadi. All I needed were memories and emotions that can be used to understand the being that is Skadi herself. Oh, well, okay. I also have experience with gaining power from others' memories and emotions to overcome difficult situations. Maybe that is how you were able to draw something from me as well, Dante? Maybe. That is the most appropriate assumption, especially in a situation in which delving into its principle is simply impossible. Huh? So that is called an ego! Verily so! Of course, Limbus Company's ego is quite distinguished from the other kind of ego which are out there, which are bloomed from within oneself. That's enough. No further information shall be divulged to outsiders. And besides, they wouldn't really be able to comprehend any of that. Yet it matters not whether young mature or young Aima learns of this, right? I agree with that fool this time. The Inquisitor used a Terra projectile that penetrated the outer walls, several of them in fact, of a building, and the head did not pursue her following that breach of taboo. This clearly means that we are not in the city. Ain't it better to let her talk to her heart's content now? Before she starts whining about it, not being able to say anything? I mean, right now, she's free from any restrictions, isn't she? Fine. I am convinced. Do as you will. Faust's reply sounded almost sulking at this point, but Don immediately began to expound upon ego to arena and major angles. But everyone was too busy to pay attention to her, as the wet, slithering noise from a distance had put everyone on edge. Can't we just do that later, guys? We've got other things to clean up too. So, guess there were more sea terrors here, past the door. I think any sea terror from the sea are all converging around Skadi. Which means our only roadblocks are the sea terrors that are still lingering around the lighthouse. Let's go. Let's take this lighthouse back. Right. Doesn't really seem like they have any sort of new enemies at hand though. Maybe that guy, Nettersea founder, but apparently everyone is relying on sinking and sinking count around here. And a whole bunch of... oh wait, Nether branch? Undead generates Nether branch. Ooh. Pretty sure the others didn't have that. No. And if they are on top of the Nether brand, they get additional powers. So I should probably prioritize of killing him last, if that's even an option. But still, it's pretty much the same encounter as before, so I'm just going to deal with them really, really quickly. See you in a second. Please tell me I have 15 turns for this. Otherwise, I might have failed this mission. Please! Don't do this to me! There are like 25 of them! 25 enemies for 10 turns is a bit rough! Is it fine? Did I get the X? Oh! Alright! I was about to say! I got a little bit scared there, but it seems to be fine. Doesn't really seem like we are done quite yet. The Fabled Knight. No turn limit. Okay. That looks a bit sketchy, but it's probably going to be fine. Right? That's probably going to be fine. There were more and more sea terrors than we have expected near the lighthouse. But, thanks to Arena's lamp, the light of which paralyzes their nervous system, paired with the rather narrow passageway, we were able to handle them without much trouble. At least, if we weren't worrying about the X mission, right? At least that way. Also, as the control room was, unlike the exterior wall, mostly undamaged, Faust shared the good news that the repair most likely aren't going to take very long. Well, that's good. So, I guess Yeseng was right. Fortunately, the inside is barely damaged. How are you progressing so far, Miss Faust? It is almost complete. We best prepare to leave. Alright then I'll radio the doctor to okay. What was that? A tremor shakes the building with a loud boom, and debris begins to fall from the ceiling. The lighthouse precarious floor suddenly collapsed from the shock. Is everyone alright? Ah, the floor! It's giving way! Okay, calm down. Just what is going on out there? Something rammed against the eye of the bearer. I see, and it started to shatter the ocean's surface. The sheer explosion of force turned water into mist. And is it charging at us again? What? As Yeseng noted, I saw the shadow of a dark figure through the ruptured outer walls of the lighthouse, charging ferociously at the ruined structure. The figure looks a lot like one of those knights of the city's western region that don't even talk about at length. Okay? Well, if this continues, the lighthouse might crumble at this rate. That is bad. We have to stop whatever's out there. Faust, stay here. The rest of us will descend to the lighthouse and... The lighthouse is almost fully functional. It will only take some finishing touches to have the light shine again. Which I should be able to handle, so I'll stay behind. Seems entirely unnecessary to leave the rest to you though. I would much rather leave it to Faust instead. You know, is an expert and such. I've read about the Seaborn before. The fables and legends said that he is the last knight, and if those stories have any grain of truth in them, you're going to need all hands on deck to even have a chance of stalling him. Stalling? Well, you better are prepared for a few days of interrogation once I bring you into the Inquisition. Is that also secret informations? Well, either way, it is your decision, Executive Manager. All hands on deck. Leave the lighthouse to Major. We have to put a stop to that knight first. Yes. Woo! He looks fancy. Waves crest high and violent behind the spear-wielding knight. We have to protect the already precocious lighthouse against the knight. The knight begins to charge at us, his steed splitting the very sea, and I instinctively know that this isn't going to be easy. Okay. Let's see. Oh, we start with an event. One day, wheat grains that he planted did not sprout. One day, he stopped feeling the scent of life between his breath. Thus, he rides against the currents, hunting after waves. He seeks the waves, reapproaches them, and eventually brings about all of their destruction. Faint memories have blinked through Amnia's fathom. Flash brings before her eyes, and the sea-born knight wields his great lance against the surface, sees Terra. He shudders as though with repulsiveness, but he does not stop. You obstruct progress and cover the lands. That is impermissible. This is the land. The knight and the sea terrors don't necessarily seem to be on the same side. Perhaps diplomacy may be a viable solution here, but it's not on the side of the things? Okay. Overcome the bellowing roar and try to talk to the knight. Yes, let's try to talk to him. Maybe we could join forces. If that's even possible. Ooh. I need someone to roar. Very loudly. Ooh. 17. You just need to win one. Yeah, that seems doable. It's not doable. Never mind. Honglu! You're too quiet! Pierced by the lance, Sinner Honglu retreats with haste. His eyes are blinded by the fog, and his ears bear our words. Like a wound-up clockwork, the knight once again raises his lance. It punches through everything in its path. This is bad. Really bad. Honglu, my boy! Well, it was a valiant attempt, I give you that. I definitely give you that. Cold and sinking. Maximum of 3 stacks. Lose 1 speed for every cold stack. If this unit has 3 stacks after skill end, take 20 gloom damage and 20 SP damage. Then, in one froze this turn and the next one. I mean frozen. I guess that is just another version of stagger. Cold stacks expire after all effects are activated. If this unit did not attack the last night, it expires. Huh? Sinking. Everyone does sinking around here. Every single one of them. What's this? On use, gain haste. He gets faster. Clash win, heal 15 SP. Clash lose 10 SP. When hit, inflict 1 cold against attacker. Once per skill. And if I get too much cold, I'm going to get staggered, so I should probably be wary of that. Combat start, gain 8 protection. If the unit has low morality, halves the amount of protection. If the unit is staggered or panicked, it does not gain protection. Pay favorite child. When this unit takes damage that brings its HP to 0, nullify the damage. Then this unit heals back to 100 HP! Oh no! And frozen? Cannot act. Aha. But isn't that just nice? Extra damage, cannot act, additional offensive level up for every cold. If 6+ enemies have cold, it gains clash power up. Misery and Calamity does something. Fixed panic type, and if he panics, he recovers his SP. Okay. Okay, if you're going to attack me with the freeze, I'm just going to burn you down. Preferably burn you down. If we can even do any sort of damage against you, because 8 protection is no freaking joke. So, let's see. Do we have some count around here? Maybe on Honglu? Honglu usually is my count guy. Doesn't really seem to work that well though. Okay. Ishmael comes around. 3 count. That's good. SP is already down to 15. Okay. But now he gets additional clash power, so I should be protective? Okay, I'm just gonna defend with everyone. Maybe that is going to help us. Win against his defense die, act relatively passively, and let the cold pass. Just let the cold pass. It's probably going to be fine. Maybe. But then again, aren't his skills also afflicting cold? Pretty sure it should also inflict some cold. Oh well, we're about to figure that out at least. Sanity is down to 31. Yeah, defending definitely helps. I don't know if they can clash with this, there's no way to that. He does have minus 31 sanity though, so that is definitely going to be helpful. Probably. Guy is a bit unforgivable though. Oh wait, did I get a stagger there? Or did he get a stagger? Because he technically attacked the guy. I mean, technically speaking, he did go for a counter move. So it should stagger them. But I'm not entirely sure about that. Okay, well things are going horribly so far. The sinner's relentless assault upon the knight begins to slow. Though we don't have anything in common with the knight, cold loneliness rises below, insidious under the faint light. Are we waves or rocks in his eyes? The sea wets our helm, giving us no time to answer the question. Okay. Someone has to stand their ground. So many of us are petrified. I'm not entirely sure. I don't think we should just charge him. Let's try to be the rock, I guess. But just lust or pride, huh? Yeah, that's going to be interesting. Slaughter's usually your thing, so maybe you can do something about this. Yes, you actually managed to do something about it. Sinner Faust's warmth reignites the fire of determination in the rest of the sinners. In that moment, Arena raises her lamp, showering the knights with its light. Iberia's flame illuminates our path. Unlike the night, we are not alone, so we did not have to endure the chilling loneliness by ourselves. Here, remove Frozen from all allies. That's good. But does that help? Not necessarily. That doesn't necessarily help us out right now. That attack only, or rather that passive only activates if it has 6 targets, right? So as long as I cycle around them, it should be fine. Yeah. As long as I continue to cycle around my allies, we should technically be fine. They have to endure a lot of hits still. For sure. They have to endure all of those hits. At the very least, we are driving them slowly insane, so that is helpful. And the burn stacks are definitely going to help us out as well. Don't. Okay. Yeah, you're going to stagger her as well. For sure. There was nothing I could do about that at least. Okay, we have 3 frozen stacks. I'm just not entirely sure if this is going to trigger. The cold effect is probably going to be triggered by this passive, so that's a bit counterproductive. Maybe it's going to be fine. My sanity is already below 30%. His shields are falling off. Maybe we can just wait on the fire to take him out. I just technically need to survive until the stagger bar. If we can get that, it should technically be fine. But then again, he does have a passive that recovers all of his health. So even if we survive, it's probably going to be difficult for us to keep up with that. Counter comes around. Yeah, it triggers the cold. Very unfortunate indeed. Still Note 6 cold. Okay. As long as Ryosha doesn't fight, she won't gain any cold. So this is fine. Meaning... Lu should be able to attack as well. And probably Winner's Clash. Okay. That is very unlucky for us. Only one is Clash though. Her sanity is down to 23. Yuseng comes around, gets cold of 3, meaning in the next round he's going to be frozen. Or he's already frozen to begin with. That's a bit unlucky, but alright. The count is on 49-13 right now. Okay, in the next round we can get the stagger, for sure. I can definitely get the stagger. A couple of my sinners are dead though, so that's not good. But hey, on the bright side, it cancelled out the stagger effect, so it's all fine. It's all good. Just keep on hitting him, I guess. Yeah, just keep on hitting him. With all of your might. All of your might. You're going to get a whole ton of free still. But there isn't really much that we can do about that. Okay. 22. Extra sanity damage. The fire sound 63-15. Perfect job, down to 250. Actually 188. Rhaegar's going to attempt to lower his sanity again. And everyone else is just playing it passively. Rodion won her clash, that's great. The burn has been increased to 66-15. Rhaegar was able to win just fine as well. It's definitely going to help us out quite nicely. Okay. That seems a little bit overkill, but on the other side, any sort of attack debuff is going to be helpful for us. Especially the one that helps us in the next round at least. Oh, we're just still alive. But that's surprising. Okay, 32. You... Well, you're just going to counter instead. Okay! Stay alive, guys! Stay alive! The cold gimmick is a bit weird. Especially with the shields. But it's fine. I just need to control it. I just need to avoid it. And counter is horrible around here. Counter is simply horrible around here. Doesn't help that my Ryosha kind of killed herself there. But it certainly helps us and protects us from that from that one passive at least. When he's checking for at least okay. 6 characters? What are you doing? High priority. Slay the ocean. Slay the ocean. Unclashable. I just love that. Let me just try to avoid and block that perhaps. Because it's pretty obvious that I probably won't be able to survive this. Please dodge, guys! Dodge! If you can! Yeah, that's not about to happen. Definitely not about to happen. The knight rides upon the violent, whiny steed. Lens raised skywards. The knight races across the ocean, splitting its waves. We won't succeed at this rate. Stall him, please, even for a second. Arena directs her hand cannon towards the knight, her aim and will undiluted on the same frequency with the waves. We need but a moment to recover. Topple the waves. Go for his leg, not his lance. Okay. We have to observe the situation more carefully. We have to stop the knight's charge. Topple the wave. Go for his legs. Yes, we have to stop his charge then. But how? Done? 25? Daring decision? Over breath? The knight's fierce charge briefly wavers when Sinner Don jumped directly into his path. The Inquisitor quickly capitalized on this momentary opening. A blinding spark flies from a hand cannon, and the knight is thrown off his steed. Okay. Skills become clashable. Oh, that sounds handy. Dense shadow pool under the lone knight. Susurrs of teeming flesh slide against the flesh can be heard from beneath. Are they gathered to defeat the knight? They must have first gathered there, believing him to be one of them, until they came to a realization that the knight is a traitor of the great will. The knight leaped off from the surface, but the sea rises violently in response to drag him back down. The wave crests high, gnawing upon the knight, crashing him down from the water's surface. But he leaps once again, the crescent waves as his stepping stone. He belongs not to the sea. He stands tall against the great will, his head held high in the eternal defiance. The unremitted knight rides across the watery mountain and charges at us. Okay. A roar. Warning for something. Ishmael! Can you handle this? With your last digit of HP? Sinner Ishmael brings the knight's charge to a stop. Then the waves begin to crash. Once, twice, thrice. But unlike the knights in the back streets, the wave don't ever stop. He has always challenged the waves, and is fated to do so for eternity. The waves will always shake the sea, until the day of the night's sinking. Key? Passive struggle has been deactivated. That is probably helpful. Corpus takes additional damage. No, we go for the wrath boost. Yep, we're going to go for the wrath boost. Done. Sinclair, stay alive, you two. I'm relying on you guys. In the worst cases, we can just burn him out through fire alone. We can just burn him out. It's not going to be fine. It's not going to be fine, guys. That's a lot of damage. 500 damage. Aha. Okay. I should have probably picked Assault for this. Yeah, seems better, in my eyes at least. Okay. It didn't get staggered. Done is fine. I just need to keep them alive, guys. Just need to keep them alive. Guarding for the life of it. We actually survived that. Partially. Oh no. So much for redirecting those hits, huh? No! No, you're not doing this to me. Sinclair! If by any chance you can somehow survive this, I would definitely appreciate it. I'm just not entirely sure how exactly you're going to pull that off. Pretty sure I can't just win one of those clashes either. I mean, I can try it at least. Okay. Sanity's back to... Ah, she got staggered. Pretty sure she's dead. What the hell kind of guy is that? Oh, the damage! The damage! Sinclair, my boy! There's no way he can survive that! Okay. You know what? This works. This definitely works. Let's just burn him out, guys. Let's just burn him out, shall we? Now I'm going to ask my Otis to handle this. There we go. Passive has been deactivated. Now we have this problem at hand. Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to go for this. And then, by the power of Feng Lu, I will compel you to calm the hell down. Okay? By the power of Feng Lu, you shall calm the hell freaking down. Can't need this right now. I definitely do not need this right now. We're going to dodge this. Hit that. And hit another one. Because Ishmaelis get hit no matter what is going to happen. Ishmael is going to get a clean hit. Pulse is just going to dodge for the group in order to deny the passive. And everything else doesn't really matter. So, did I get the Dark Flare stack? I don't think so. I didn't see it at least. That's a bit counterproductive. But the burn stack is up to 57 now. And it's just going to get better from here. 21. 21. Okay. That new ego gift is sinking, right? That is definitely going to help us out. It has sinking. That guy cannot have any amount of sanity. Otherwise, this whole thing is going to end up horribly for us. I mean, it's still going to do a lot of damage to us. But it would be so much worse. It would be so much worse. Ooh, Faust! Got staggered, huh? Wait, why do you give us 2 cold now? That's 0. Do you get a new passive that gives additional cold? Maybe. You know what? We might want to play it safe. Yeah, we might want to play it safe. This thing is probably not going to survive very long. I'm just going to take the hit and let him get a couple of free hits afterwards. Just for the burn effects, you know? Just for the burn effects. Okay, the sanity is down to 3. That is definitely going to help her out. 22, 22, 22! Magic freaking bullet! Thank you very much! Please apply some dark flares now! I could definitely need it! It's not landing! I don't know why, but he does get the dark flares! I'm pretty sure she has the bullets! She has the bullets! Don't you apply the dark flares with this? Yes, you apply the dark flares with that. Why does not do it? Is it because she has too many bullets? But that usually never stopped her before. Or maybe do I need to use my magical bullet? The Assault, you can quite possibly lower his sanity even further. I'm gonna dodge the other one with Faust, if that's even necessary. Oh yeah, I definitely have to do that. And Heathcliff, you need to dodge as well. Okay, everyone is just dodging. Gregor is going to take care of his sanity. There we go. Burn is on 74 now. In the next round, we're going to shoot our bullet. Which could technically backfire quite horribly for us. But that is a sacrifice that I'm willing to take. That is definitely a sacrifice that I'm willing to take. Especially now. Especially now. Okay. Go for the shot. I'm going to lower the sanity even further. Anybody with cold feet? Gregor is really, or rather, Masas is really, really cold, so I should probably avoid that. And Gregor seems fine, so he's just going to guard as well. Okay. Dark flares! Dark flares! Guys, don't get shot in the crossfire! This is going to hurt a lot! This is about to hurt a lot! We have 7 bullets, not maximum sanity! She is going to drive herself mad! Even if he kills us now, the Dark Flare is going to rip him to shreds. There's no way, there's absolutely no way that he can avoid that amount of damage. It is 7 times 75, right? Pretty sure Dark Flares is counted like that. It didn't get triggered yet, but he's barely alive. You know what? Screw that. Yeah, we're just blocking this round. Yeah, I want to see the damage of the Dark Flares. And only the Dark Flares. Okay. 2 dots. 3rd, 4th dodge. 5th dodge. Lovely to see. Then we have the 6th dodge, but that is a failure. And 506 damage from burn alone! Ha! I love that sometimes. I definitely love that. That was a fun gimmick. Even though I pretty much did it badly during the first attempt. Okay! Well guys, I'm out of rounds. And the lamp is almost out of fuel too. That is bad. Oh no. Well, we're holding him back for now, but I don't really think that we will last much longer. No BS. I can last. The Lighthouse. Not so much. Ugh. What difference does it even make? If either of us falls, we're doomed. Sinners were reeling from the battle against his enemy, who is more likely a force of nature than even human. Without giving us much time to breathe, the knight fixes the spear and begins charging at us again. It didn't take very long for the severity of the situation to dawn as I quickly began to rack my head with a desperate wish. What else can I do? What can I even do here? That is when through the mist, the black space began to envelop my vision once again. Wait, this is just like... Are we going to pull another eagle? Oh yes, we are! And from the dark, light shines again. I reached out towards it and see, unlike in the earlier phenomenon, which focused entirely and powerfully on Skadi, a single individual, what I saw this time was an unfamiliar place called Casimir's. This place was filled to the brim with things that Don would probably lose his mind over, like knights and their countless fans, an arena in which to test one's mettle. But the one in Amir's fort sits far from all of that glory, in a very mundane-looking office. He wears a well-kept set of clothing, while his eyes are, with a slight squint, focused on reading the newspaper. The man looked more like an office worker than a knight, but the most radiant part of the scene was a banner hanging on the wall and a sword. Don was the first sinner who came to mind. Can she, our ardent admirer of knights, a pursuer of glory, spin that energy from his sword as her own? Wait, no, it's different. I need someone who doesn't pursue glory at all. Someone who can handle their own tarnished glory. The sinner who can detachedly wield the entirety of their bygone honor is... Gregor, my boy! Yes, there is just one. I'll trust you with this one, Gregor! Use this ego to hew into the knight's charge! Split the waves! Use the light to split the waves, huh? Well, I heard you, Manager Bot. Let's just do this! Are they showing off all of those eagles? Oh, that's nice. That also means that Faust and Hanu have a chance to wield that power as well. Oh, I can't wait to see when they are needed. Beautiful. The incandescent golden blade of light surged forth, cleaving through the darkness of the sea. The knight withstands and parry each other for those lights away, but he comes to a stop when the last of the golden radiance cuts across the sea and looks in our direction as if to admire it. And finally, the lighthouse makes a low, resonant creaking noise before firing a bright light towards the ocean's horizon. I guess with that, the repairs are complete. Oh, okay. I guess the light returns to the house once more. But how exactly is that going to help us now? Silence all! Major is saying something to us. Like Otis said, Major was peeking out of the window and shouted something to us. Vessel Massa is still near the shores, somewhere in the coastal sea. It moored somewhere by the beach, somewhere quite a bit of a distance away from the village coast. So they didn't go into the open sea? I thought they wanted to head to a very specific location. Well, never mind, it just makes it easier for us. Confirmation. I will radio this to Dr. Kaltzit immediately. Well, that's all well and good, but what about that monster? Yeah, what if it charges at the lighthouse again and tries to destroy it? I heard it talk during our battle, but I don't really think that creature is capable of actually communicating with them. This is going to be a problem. Don, wait, no, don't get too close to it. It is still dangerous. Aren't you forgetting that it literally killed us during the first round? But before we could stop her, Dawn has already approached as close as we could to the Seaborn, her eyes twinkling. She takes a brief moment to admire the knight and his steed, before asking in an energetic tone. Oh, mighty knight, what is the name of thy noble steed? Rocinante? Wait, you can actually communicate with it? Oh, well, this is quite a coincidence then. My noble steed is also named Rocinante. One who is not a comrade. They are a steed, you say. Forsooth, a steed most fine indeed. It has served me well over countless adventure of mine, despite its appearance. Yet I must inquire thee, noble knight, wherefore dost thou strike this lighthouse? Isha La. It was not the waves. The waves are darker, more raucous. Perchance there was a tad inconvenient of a misunderstanding there. Good night, I and my compatriots are now embarking upon an adventure most important yet. With thy obstruction, we would be unable to do so. Pretty, will thou please return to whence thou came? Don regards the knight with a stance that was once courteous and also brave. And the knight and his steed Rocinante start wordlessly back at Don Quixote. I wasn't really sure if she was managed to get through to it, or if the knight just lost interest in us, but they both departed the lighthouse, looking out to the far distance. Okay. So they really do exist. Seaborn who hope for something other than just survival. Guess he just wanted to escape the sea, even though the sea never let go of him. Oh. Such powerful Seaborn lurks at the sea, huh? So, are you alright, Don? You should be thankful that it somehow yielded a positive outcome. When are you going to fix that habit of rushing towards any sort of danger like that? And my apologies. When Dawn returned the night with that bizarre conversation, Anya raised her voice happily, as though she just received some good news. Oh, what? Dr. Cassett, is that true? What's going on? Well, the doctor managed to infiltrate the vessel Masa. They're already doing the cleanup of the decks, and are now waiting for the rest of us to arrive. So they already reached it? Before us? Well, that certainly makes things easier for us. But it has hardly been 10 minutes since the lighthouse came on. How could they reach it that quickly? Oh, you know, the doctor's an excellent strategist, and based on what Dr. Cassis has told us, I think they already had some plans in motion before we even activated the lighthouse. I see. Great. Well, in that case, let's just return to Skadi and join up with them. We return to the raft and explain what has transpired. Skadi listened to us quietly before replying in the exact same manner as she did before. Someone is going to have to stay behind. What? I'll stay. Go find the vessel Masa. Why does somebody have to stay behind? I mean, it doesn't really seem like anybody is going to attack the lighthouse anytime soon. But then again, reclaiming that thing, I guess it would be a bit of a waste if the Sea Terra is just going to reclaim it while we are gone. Yeah, I can see why you would want to stay. Oh. So you're just going to refuse again to offer any help, aren't you? Yes. Then I guess I'll see you after we retrieve the vessel. I'll let the doctor know what has happened here. Huh. Well, that's oddball. I mean, she's doing something for our team. Protecting the lighthouse. I mean, that is a very important task. In itself, right? Definitely, it's very important. Oh god. Well, look at that. The Sea Terrors, the followers, and the new guy. And this is the doctor, researcher at Rhodes Island. Nice to meet you. Ooh. Can't even see his face. When I, after everything that we went through, finally had a chance to meet the doctor of Rhodes Island, I realized that I had been building a vastly different image of them in my mind, based on the name alone. Yeah, someone in white clothes perhaps, someone with a good aura. It doesn't really look so ominous to us. But hey, everyone has their own kind of style, so that is fine. I was thinking that they were going to be someone like Yiseng, or maybe Faust, or even Hohenheim. But no, he's definitely isn't. The first impression of them was similar to what I felt when I met a K-Corp employee. The clock just ticked. Ah, well, this is Dante, a manager at Limbus Company. That ticking just now was a nice to meet ya. Okay. I was so weirded out about this. Well, thanks for accompanying Amia like that. Honestly, I was pretty worried when we were separated at the border. Well, I should be thanking you and Amia then. We would have been in a real pickle without our help, so... It's a bit embarrassing to repeat that myself. Right, he doesn't hear us at all. Dante says that we would have been in a real pickle without our help. Sorry, Manager, but you can't just talk to humans like that, so please don't worry about it. We'll take over the translation. It is incorrect to state that the manager cannot talk to human. A more accurate assessment would state that the manager is incapable of accessing sonic means of communication, which includes verbal communication. However, they are able to produce replication of multiple sounds that may register on a similar scale to the ticking of multiple hands, second hands, minute hands of a clock. Thanks for that explanation, Basalt. That is always helpful to have. Yeah, I don't know. Something about the way that Masalt's put it sounds kind of worse, doesn't it? Don't worry about it. It's not a difficult task when only a single individual has to be translated. Doctor, let us move on to the next set of plans. Next step? Thanks to Limbus Company's effort, we have obtained the exact coordination of vessel Massa and managed to capture the deck with ease. However, Fabios, who is suspected to be a bishop of the deep, and all of his followers have barricaded themselves inside of the bridge's control. While it may seem as though they are hiding, I believe they're trying to bait us inside. As in, they are waiting for us? For they summon reinforcement from elsewhere and trap us in a sort of pincer attack? Something like that at least. The elsewhere is most likely to be the sea, as their reinforcements are probably more of those sea terrors. Fabius is a seaborn himself, and the ocean will answer to the call of their kind. Limbus Company and Arena will head to the bridge and neutralize all of Fabius. Amia and I will accompany you to provide support and identify the situation within the bridge. In the meantime, Calcit and the other operators will remain on standby on the ship's exterior at the predestinated locations. I would like to avoid getting surrounded by any more of those sea creatures before we manage to take down the Church of the Deep within the bridge. While I can observe several entry points leading straight to the bridge, where we are working on repairing our vessel. Your forces don't seem numerous enough to close off all of them. Well, it is true that there are many entry points here, but we don't really need to focus guarding every single one of them. Especially here, the hallway is narrow, long and straight. So, makes sense to me then. But how about here? Are you sure that you are not overly focused your forces to a singular checkpoint? You need to check their flanks. Let's see. But on a closer look... well, looks like Commanding Officer Otis is finally in a whole special environment. True. So, do you got any questions, Manager Buck? Yeah, I don't really have any idea what is currently going on here, if I'm being honest. Really? Well, I saw you commanding the Sinners before. You seem pretty adept at giving orders and making strategy decisions on the spot, right? Indeed. They seem quite adept at making on-the-spot strategy commands and identifying exploitable weaknesses and patterns in their enemies. However, the Doctor and the Outsiders are operating on fundamentally different fields. No further elaboration is necessary. One operates on a larger scale, while we operate on a singular fight. You know? Agreed. That particular aspect of strategy is not one of Manager Dante's obligation. And even then, if there is a chance for them to engage in such an element, it may be a little bit too early to do so. Is that so? So there's a potentiality that this might be applied in the future? Can't wait to see! It is. At least this is what Faust has judged. So, what are they all about? I was about to ask that myself. I don't really know, and I have no idea. Having finished their discussion with the Doctor over the plan, Otis returned, wearing a grim look. So, is there something wrong with the plan? No, there wasn't anything wrong with the plan at all. I expected a certain degree of competence, but they were impressive, far beyond my expectations. Really? But that's good, isn't it? Even when I think back to my days in the lines of duty, I can't think of too many like them. Right, so they are dependable. It's good enough for me at least, if your strategy is not done. Let's just get on cracking, guys! Yeah! So what about Miss Major then? If it is too much to face what awaits, then you need not follow us. I guess I just decided to stay here anyways. Oh? The Doctor is going to update you in real time on where the safe zones are, so please, keep that communicator close at all times. Then again, being close to us is probably more safer to her. Definitely. I will. Hey, if Is there something that you would like for us to do? It's not... No. No, it's nothing. Well, if there's something that you want to tell him, contact us through the communicator at any time. You can always reach us. We're going to find a way to resolve this as peacefully as we can. But if the negotiation breaks down, then we might be forcing our hands. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, Doctor. Be safe, everyone. Leaving Major behind with her unfinished sentence, we followed Rhodes Island's team into the bridge. The bridge was as gaudily decorated as ever. Fabius, flanked by hooded followers and sea terrors, greeted us with a kindly smile. Welcome. I truly did appreciate thy kindness back then. Wherefore did thou seek to harm us such? Your suspicions are certainly justified, but I implore you to think back again. If you truly believe that we had sought to harm you then, how would you explain that once peaceful night that you had spent in Farum Mutero? We have never wished you any harm at all. We did not then, and we do not now. Not even a day after you folks stabbed us in the back like cowards, and you want us to believe something like that? Our wish has always been the same. We only wish to extend the freedom to roam the sea to those with capable, kind-hearted souls. Mate, we know that you were just trying to turn us into monsters. You didn't even ask us, you just stabbed us. Monster is only a name. The essence of it's being changed, not regardless of the label given to it. Become one with the sea. Become one with the endless cycle of life. And one day, our misunderstanding will just end. And you too will come to understand us at last. Looks like this fight between us is going to be unavoidable. I pulled out an identification card the moment that I saw Fabius raise his hand. The doctor seemed to have finished their preparations as well, as they and Amia stood opposed Fabius. Incoming! Get ready, everyone! Let's stop them here for good, no matter how long this is going to take. Their strategic formation prioritized reducing sacrifice to the absolute minimum. Their command sought to protect, sought to defend, and their forces were quick to follow them as well. Rhodes Island's operation was certainly impressive, but that's not exactly our style. All I can do is put my faith in the sinner and push them onwards. Our style is Battle Royale! Trust me to bring you back, no matter how many times he is going to cut us down. Let's wipe them out! Yeah, Doctor! This is going to be messy again, but that is just our style. Probably going to take a while for us to reach Fabio, though. 2 waves, sir. 2 waves. Well, I'm gonna take care of them pretty quickly. So, alright. First wave defeated. Faust is almost dead. And the mark has been applied because I just had to kill that guy. That's not good. But... explosion! Right? We are about to explode all over this place. Oh, this is gonna be so glorious. I can't wait. Oh, and by the way, I want you guys to give him a couple of slaps because he's just going to straighten himself up even further. Would hate to see that. I would definitely hate to see that. And since Hong Lewis is slowest, I'm going to give him a tick buff if I can. Yeah, this is gonna be fine. Anything else? I guess I could technically clash against that guy. It's not necessary though. I mean, instead of that, we're just going to go for an attack boost or something. Or a speed boost. That is definitely going to help us out. Don't lose those clashes now. Don't forget, we have the sanity advantage. Make use of the sanity advantage. It's really important. Especially with the count. Doesn't really seem like we're going to get it though. Pretty sure he survived it. At least the shield survived it. That's a bit of a waste. Well, it's fine. Faust is going to explode all over the place. That would definitely take care of a couple of them. Or maybe all of them with 904 damage. Honglu, what exactly are you currently attacking there? Not entirely sure. Pretty sure that's not an old man. Oh no. Oh no. Was the tick wasted? Was it wasted? Not entirely sure, but at least the followers are gone now, so that's good. Okay, we need more bleed on that guy. Well, not necessarily bleed, but we need more burn on him. As much burn as we can give him. This is really, really important, as well as a little bit of sinking on the fly. There we go. A takedown has also been applied. That will cancel up his attack buff. In the next round, we are going to have a little bit of fragility on him as well. That is definitely going to be really, really helpful for us. A stagger for the doggo. Perfect job. So we can just ignore them during the next round as well. Not entirely sure what is currently going on with Honglu, but it seems to have some sort of aura there. Couple of additional slaps from Heathcliff, that's nice. What is this? Gain offensive level up from the dragon buff. I see. Just going to hope that this is not going to drain all of our count, otherwise this is going to cause a little bit of a problem, but surely it's going to be fine, right? Surely this is going to be fine. 26 to 8. Ishmael is usually not the one who lowers the count, so this is also fine. I'm a little bit worried about our Rodion though, because she usually eats the count for breakfast, because some of her skills just reduce the count like crazy. Other times they increase it as well, so it's a bit difficult to say at times. See, this time around instead of eating it, she just gave her 3 additional counts. I just never understand that skill. But hey, it's fine. As long as it works, right? As long as it works, it is definitely fine. Yeah, everyone is just going to attack the Grams. Screw everything else! Screw the allies, screw everything else, just focus on the Grams. Blind obsession in form of the king. 250 damage. The doggos have been neutralized. Perfect job, lovely to see. Down to 183. 111. Even if you by some miracle survive, I'm pretty sure the fire is going to take care of you. And now, just the little guy. Oh, he actually managed to win this clash. Oh, I'm surprised about that. I mean, it's not going to make a difference, but still. I'm a little bit surprised about this. Oh well, that wasn't so bad. The sea terrors are actually kind of nice, since they give us so many opportunities to build up our sanity. Sure, they're also trying to drain it as well with sinking, but most of the time, they never get a chance. But dear God, are they persistent, right? Yeah! Fabius flees again, using the sea terrors and his followers as meat shields. Seriously? Why are you doing that now? Huh. Wait, no. I see it now. It's not Fabius who's putting them in Hammer's way to save himself. It's the sea terrors and the cultists that are throwing themselves in our way, entirely willing to sacrifice their life to ensure that Fabius gets away. Why is that? But for all that, the only place left for him to flee to on this ship wounded and cornered by the sinners in Arena's lamplight, was the deck. Well, seems like there's nowhere left for you to run, Fabius. I understand that you can't really help but continue to trash and struggle to live, even knowing that there's no hope in sight. But running will only make things more painful for you. No, that is different. Fabia didn't run to live. Wait, Fabi? A voice echoes from under the dark sky. Majors? Major appeared, quite different from how she did a moment ago. She approached Fabius slowly, her expression solemn and mournful. She looks down at him, wordlessly. I told you that your methods wouldn't win their understanding, Fabi. What a shame. I thought those with such wisdom and aptitude would... I hoped you would still be able to realize your ideals here, even after I had left. It will be realized. Fabius may die here, but we will remain. Now it is time. Devour me. What Fabius blurted out threw us off once again, even before we regained our footings from the shock of realizing Major's true allegiance. Eat people? Ho! Looks like they're about to give us a live demonstration of some gourmet art. Well, I heard it's a pretty common thing in the District of 23, but I would rather not have to see it in person at all. Hey, I think I'm just going to look away for a second if that is fine with you guys. Just what is... Doctor, Mika Seaborn are willingly letting themselves be devoured by the strong ones, thereby sharing their experience and nutrients with them. This is a commonly acceptable practice amongst their kind. It is but a behavior that prioritizes survival over all else. This isn't done in any sense of sacrifice. But wait, I thought you didn't have any sort of fishy smell. I thought you was clean of the infection. Wasn't that what Sharky Skadi said? Oh, the time is here. Devour me. Set sail towards your ideal. I'm sorry, Fabi. I still have some canned food left for me on the ship, and I think I would delay becoming a Seaborn for a little while longer. But why? I found a new destination for myself. I will gain new power from there, and then I shall become a Seaborn. So now is not yet the time. If that is your will, O Bishop, please don't worry. Your flesh shall fatten the blood kin of the sea. Major waves a hand, and sea terrors climb up the vessel from the ship and begin tearing Fabius to pieces. Despite the way that it looked, Fabius looks exhilarated, nary a look of suffering or pain wrinkling his face as he is being ripped apart. He turned away from the scene that could not be described as anything else other than cannibalism to look at Major. Halsed, is she... You don't really need to ask questions when the answer lies so plainly in the open before you, Doctor. What is happening right now? Wherefore did our young Major... Well... It wasn't Fabius. Major was the Bishop of the Deep. Do we need to fight her next? So, they have played us. Twice by now. Don't despair. We still have the upper hand in this. We defeated Fabius and his cultists already. Even if they were to summon even more of the Terrors, we should be able to handle them without much trouble. Are we though? I mean, we're in the middle of the ocean. There ain't the supplies of sea terrors around. Hey, Agia, just what were you thinking the entire time as you were deceiving us? I had a feeling I knew what she was going to say. she was either going to say that it was for our sake, that it wasn't a deception at all, like Fabius did. Or maybe she will give us a final gloating. But her reply, the words of which were carefully selected after gazing out at the far ocean, was not that any of us would have expected. I'm sorry. I thought this would be the better way to approach to you, but I see how it can come across as nothing more than deception. So you're sorry. But why? Dante wants to know why you're suddenly sorry about this. Huh? Oh, well, that's because I did something wrong, right? Wait, hold on a second. You've been deceiving us all along, Major. And now you're just going to apologize? Oi, what exactly are you after at this moment? You're after the same thing as the Fabio guys, right? Ain't that right? Turning us into that bloodkin stuff. And it was all for our sake. Giving all kinds of ridiculous excuses to turn us into one of these monsters. Aren't you? Well, I do hope that you all one day would accept to become as seaborn as us. But I'm not about to demand that of you, let alone yourself be transformed today. Here, right now. I understand that we all need some time to mentally prepare ourselves for that. So may I understand your statement to be implying that you will not try to force that upon us? Should we perhaps refuse to do so? That is correct. It would be against the manner to do what Fabius did, shoving sea terror cells into your body out of nowhere. Manners, huh? Well, I was taken aback by the fact that Major was a bishop of the deep. It was also true that Major never tried to bring us any sort of harm, unlike Fabius, who attacked the sinners directly. But at the same time, you were with him. You were with us the entire time. Why did you never spoke up about it? Why did you not mention it once, or choose to confront them yourself in order to stop them? You could have stopped that slaughter, but you didn't. Huh. Well, she did almost get us into a big trouble with Arena when she explaining things to us. It's also true that Major has been extremely helpful so far. It was her who led us to the Lighthouse, and it was also her who stayed in that crumbling lighthouse until the repairs were done, as a terrifying night continued to assail its wall. So, what is your actual relationship with Fabius then? Just someone who also once strove to realize the vision of our ideal world. Our goal once converged, but not now. I was pretty taken aback too when they attacked you back at the village. Maybe he got greedy when he saw Faust and Otis repair the ship. He got greedy? Fabius believed that welcoming capable people as Bloodkin would certainly expedite the Seaborn's evolution. Oh, cool. So you're like some kind of cult leader then. But you don't necessarily want to antagonize us either. You still haven't really told us what you're after, right? I'm going to the city that lies beyond the dimensional door. What? Wait, are you trying to flee to a different world now? Just because there the Inquisitors won't be able to chase you anymore? No, this isn't running away. I just want to help the people of the city. That is all. So, I'm going to bring the Seaborns with me to the city. Oh no, wait, don't tell me. You're going to invade the city alongside those monsters now. Then, the foghorn suddenly blared, and the ship shook as it began to move. I'm pretty sure the head has something against this. Seaborns are fish people. I'm not sure they would allow that to happen. Wait, vessel Masas has begun to move. Is this an automated sailing program? The vessel Masas will now sail towards the dimensional door. I let Rhodes Island and Arena go right in front of the door, so please don't worry. Wait, what? Did you seriously just tell us not to worry about this? You are going to infect our worlds! Faust! Please calm yourself, Dante. This has not yet been determined yet, if that is indeed the dimensional door connecting directly back to our city. No, it has to be. The warm, shining light and the voice from within. It's getting clearer by the minute. The voice? Why don't we just let them into the city then? Otis! The battle thus far has done well enough to demonstrate the level of danger that the Seaborn pose. However, I doubt they would get any far even if they were to enter the city. Don't you agree? In Hong Yuan, we've all seen what would happen when sapiens, sentient, non-human entities would even attempt to enter the city. The head would just take actions the moment they realize their presence. Of course, we must prepare ourselves for the precaution in case they decide to hold Limbus Company responsible for that. Yet, it is also very likely that we will fully escape any sort of culpabilities here, as we saw in the memories of the Kong Massacre. Ha! And your thoughts, Faust? Urban nightmare. However, considering their specific attributes, it will not take long for them to rise to become a star of the city very, very soon. There is a reasonable possibility that they may be issued the Imperitas Cititatis classification, so they're reaching our level. Oh, that's cool! Is that not an acceptable risk then? If not the head, they should be manageable by the wings at least. This isn't really that terrible of a calamity for us. But Calcit shook her head resolutely. No. Your technologies seem to be based on something else, which is neither original art nor any of the derived technologies. And that is precisely what could make your world vulnerable against the Seaborn. Is it because they learn faster? Yes, those on the front lines of the war against the Seaborn stubbornly sticks to using traditional, low-tech weapons. Deploying any sort of high-level technology weapons against them is only going to make you an even enticing meal. Oh! Then can't we just let whichever unfortunate wing that ends up fighting these... No? Please also do take into account that it may take a significant amount of time to earn their trust. Even if they were to be convinced, there would be other parties with alternative perspective on the matter who would technically try to complicate the issue. And if we give them time, they will just evolve further. Meaning the situation would rapidly grow out of control if Backstreet Syndicate and Fixer get involved as well, unless the head designated a taboo to prevent it. Even then, considering what she has been saying as of late, yes, we must consider the possibility that they may be capable of absorbing the head's technology as well. Oh no! Oh, that would be even worse! And who knows what kind of a technology is outside of our city? Don't forget, K-Corp's singularity came from outside there. He became a head that grants wishes. They could steal that as well. We can't allow that. So how exactly do you plan on helping the people in our city, Major? By giving them a chance to become Seaborns as well. What are you even on about? Becoming one of the Seaborns? She ain't really all there, is she? What kind of help is that supposed to be? Major, you know that's no different from what the Church of the Deep is doing here, right? No, this is different. Because someone showered the city with the light. The light? The beam of light from the White Knight and Dark Days incident. But how exactly do you know all of that? Could it be? Becoming a Seaborn is to become a part of a greater will. Call it the we, many. By doing so, one can be reborn and is a heroic life form, but at the cost of an ego, the sense of self. And that's always been my issue with all of this. Everyone has beliefs of their own, dreams of their own. It feels too empty to lose all of that when they inevitably lose their sense of self as they become one of the Seaborns. Look, I want each Seaborn to have their own wishes granted. But the light shining through the dimensional door to our world is too faint to push them back towards the evolution. If only the light of the city could become more tangible to us. It just might be able to give every Seaborn an identity of their own as well, to remain unique by themselves. Then why is it that you advocate towards those of the city to join the Seaborn, when one could simply learn more of the light, afford returning here? Well, at first I thought all I need was the clue to a better evolution. But Don's tale of adventure has changed my mind. Ah! My tales? You don't understand just how precarious you all are to me. And how would you, when you were born into that kind of world from the very start? A place where life has become commodity and gold one of its few religions. The city has abandoned us yesterday to survive in today, and by doing so has given up on its tomorrows. Just as I need the light, the city needs the Seaborns. It needs their tenacity to hold on to their lives, and their absolute, unconditional selflessness. But wait, at the end of the day, it still means that everyone has to turn into one of these monsters. People ostracize the other. Something that isn't like me, something that feels alien to me, something that I don't know or just don't want to understand. So that fear is only natural, because Seaborn are not human. But you just have to cross the threshold once in order to understand. Miss Major, do you truly believe the nature of humanity to be evil? Humans are selfish creatures, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Good things can also come from the selfishness of them, and that is for sure. But the side effects have become similarly unstable. Doctor, you've been to countless battlefields by now, where Rhodes Island was fought tooth and nail for the right of the infectees. But what has came of it? Peace? No, just more battles, right? No, it's the same. But still, we are still getting better, at least little by little. I'm not trying to deride those small, incremental steps and just call them meaningless. Change takes time after all, and it should continue. I believe your efforts can be a beacon of hope that will lead humanity towards a brighter future. But what about everyone who is currently sacrificed while you are taking your time, taking those incremental steps? Every single day of that incremental change is marred by more unjust deaths. Some are enslaved for no other reason than their differences. People live on in their despair that seems to have no end at all. Oh no. I agree with what the light has told me. People are deceased. They are so sick that even the farthest flung of a future, even on the day the world has ended, they will continue to fail to look forward, obsessed with criticizing each other in search of those differences. Even when every Aegir returns to the sea, they're still going to bully and hate anyone with pointy ears, labeling them Aegirs. Even when Orifante is truly eradicated, people are still going to suspect and persecute anyone who still has any sort of infection. People are imperfect beings, as they always are. But you're right. There probably isn't anyone out there who can really sacrifice themselves for the sake of others with nothing but perfect selflessness. But not when it comes to Seaborn. They don't suffer from all of this absurdity, nor are they coerced to sacrifice against their will. They have the power to progress towards a better future, built from mutual understanding. Because they are the kind of life form that seeks common ground instead of scrutiny for differences. Uh-oh. Bells? A strange shade from shimmers and materializes before Mages. I couldn't quite tell what it was, but it was round. And it kinda looks like a tool. Wait, is it possible that she already has met the conditions to efflorescence? A possible explanation would be the absence of a particular pull required to draw it out of her. Or the insufficient need of that. Wait, is he going to get an ego? Wait a second! This isn't anything like the arts. What is happening to her? Is our proximity to the dimensional door increasing the potential of influence coming from your city? Precisely. The connection to Faust is returning as well. Normal levels seem to indicate that. Wait, so can people in other worlds, I mean, Major, also manifest an ego? Internal conflicts and anguish is a combination amongst very intelligent entities, regardless of whether they are from the city or not. So therefore, yes, Faust is quite positive on this possibility as well. However, what? What does that mean? The potential to effloresce an ego implies the potential to distort as well. Just like that one girl who almost crossed the line! And Philip! Philip also gained his ego before falling into distortion! Ah! Okay. You have been dreaming for a long time, Major. Drawing your own picture of an idolized world. And you have chosen the ocean as the means to build a path towards that vision. Yet, why have you failed to take the leap of faith yourself? I had to make more preparations. Seabones are beautiful indeed. There's no doubt about that. It's just that a key piece was missing to really achieve what I want. You're not being honest with yourself. I know it very well. You are still afraid of becoming one of them. The fear that your own creed might crumble, that you might lose your own sense of self and your ego. The fear that you might end up becoming nothing more than just another thing swept up by the ineffable, overwhelming will. But isn't it terrifying that this hope can just disappear in a blink? Who is she talking to? Carmen? Uh-oh. Is this something that Limbus Company has experience with? If so, I would really appreciate an explanation. Well, she's hearing the voice. When that singular fate that one has absolute confidence in breaks in one fell swoop, and their ironclad will is shattered. People of the city have the potential to distort into monstrosity's form at any given time. And right now, nobody can interfere in that. She wouldn't allow that. It is said that these phenomena are often accompanied by the distortion individual hearing a disembodied voice. Indeed, those who distort would often behave as though they were engaged in a sort of conversation. Of course, the same could be said for those who awaken their egos. At first I thought it was Katie, but no, it wasn't her. The voice was beautiful, comforting, and even cozy. The kind of voice that puts all deep contemplation to sleep. So calm and warm. No. There's more to the sunshine than it is warmth. Sunshine? You don't share your interest with the other devotees. Survival isn't what you care about. What you really care about is giving everyone a chance to experience what it feels like to live in a world of warmth. Imperial, it may be. Right. We have to be about more than just prolonging our existence. What really matters isn't just our survival. It's what we leave behind for prosperity and our legacy. As long as there's a guarantee that the light can indeed protect the sense of ourselves, it'll be more than enough to convince people to become seaborn as well. Please, you don't have to concern yourself with that, what other people might be thinking there, Major. But everyone has their own wishes for themselves. I can't just bulldoze over theirs to force mine upon them. But that's not really what you believe, is it? You know that better than anyone else. While you hesitate, countless people who are bound to this inescapable bridle will just continue to suffer. That might be true, but it's alright. You don't have to hide the shape of your heart or its colors. The only thing that you have to concern yourself with is how you can lead the people of the city and Terra. Okay, we can't just sit here and let this happen. Operators, to position. I'm telling you, it's not gonna work. She's not going to allow that. Operators unable to approach. She's surrounded by some kind of field doctor. Whenever someone would distort due to reasons other than the monolith, a strange pressure would prevent anyone from approaching, as though to stop us from interfering. Looks like that applies here too, all the way over in another world. Love is our collective destination after all. So please, let go of this tool that might break your heart. Don't force yourself to walk the path of thorns. Your pilgrimage need be that of suffering. No, but You don't believe in any recourse, do you? Other than this, anyways. Don't you think that we should find a better, faster path with less suffering, before more people inevitably end up hurting each other with their ill intent? You're right. If there's no recourse, it has to happen faster. I can't just waste any more time when people are suffering. Follow your wishes, follow your desires, and paint. Let's show them the painting of your words reflected in your eyes. Before the compassion they believe in becomes completely worthless. Okay? Lady? The yearning floats up? Okay, so I understand the shape of your heart and what makes you want to enter the city. But we still know so little about the Seaborn, about Terra itself, about Iberia. Whatever may have lit the fire under your feet. I can't just bring you with us to the city as you are now. That would be just too dangerous. Even before the sinners had a chance to translate my words, Major slowly turned in my direction, as though she clearly understood all of them. But I must, Dante. Your adventure were full of exhilarating tales, and I saw kindness in the very words and action that you and your friends have showed me. But it's not enough. You don't think they will change? No, they will. In the far, far future. An incandescent brilliance burst forth from before Major. What is this? Past that light, I see the ocean. The calm sound of gentle lapping, crashing waves. The immense golden brilliance. Is that a portal? Wait, where did it come from? The dungeon of the Fathom. A gate that leads into one's heart. This Feburary is where LCB the Parchment is specialized in. Well, what lies beyond this Feburary does not really necessarily warrant Rhodes Island's presence. So, can you guys help? I don't really know what kind of fathom I'm walking into, but I have a feeling that we're going to need your assistance as well. Doctor? Dr. Carlson? Well, we're only here to investigate the dimensional door, but I don't really want us to turn our backs on people that we can help on. So... well, I guess Rhodes Island has officially accepted Limbus Company's corporational request. And I shall go too. You're still in a barrier. I can't let a barrier's business be handled solely by outsiders, let alone an incident connected to the Church of the Deep. And don't you worry, it's not like this is the first time that we are letting someone else into our group into a dungeon. They're all going to be fine. True. Wait, there are more seafarers? Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that seafarers that were swarming the Lighthouse are coming this way as well. I will call Skadi here. You'll be staying behind then. Amia will go with you, Doctor. Following Major, you have already disappeared into the portal. Take our steps into the utopian world beyond. Oh! News of the wars are getting grimmer by the day. The sea terrors are coming for us in swarms. This is the day when the ocean-born calamity broke and sunk a gear, seemingly infinitely starwards growth. Aren't you going to the surface, Major? More and more people have been getting too anxious to stay in a gear. I'm not. If a gear were to fall, it only means that the surface is soon going to follow. Why? Think you will have to head to the surface too? I'm thinking about it at least. Well, there weren't that many. People around me began to leave for the surface. I considered some of them to be close acquaintances as well. They all tried to convince me to leave with them, to safety. But fleeing my home in favor of the land just didn't really feel right to me. The foretold calamity descended on us. It dealt a heavy blow to Aegea, but the surface suffered even more. I had to help them, but how could I not after hearing that such a terrible thing has happened? I think I'll be heading to the surface. Seriously? The surface? Think hard about it before you go. If you leave now, going back might be no longer an option. Every day must be a struggle for them by now. At least I don't really have to fear from the immediate tomorrow. So it's my responsibility to provide some help, as someone who's better off than them. Even just a little. I know, but if I don't go there to help, things will only get much more dangerous for the land dwellers, and maybe that danger is the very thing that will hurt you too. I still think that I have to help them. I produced myself in a Gears research vessel at the cheapest price to bring me to land. Unable to even submerge itself when moving. This wasn't exactly the best ship out there, and I normally wouldn't have even given us a second look. But I thought it would at least help me navigate the coastal sea. Didn't expect this. The very thing that I've witnessed on the surface was the bottomless hostility against the Aegea. They denied my and Aegea's offer for help for the sole reason that I came from the ocean. They denied my compassion, all of my research. Get lost! We don't need your stupid researchers. You're from the same place as the Calamity, aren't you? Do you really think we're so stupid to trust you? But they confiscated my catalysm and tore all of my research to shreds. My wishes to stand with them against the Calamity were devoured by the hatred born from the same Calamity. Any kindness, any compassion that I gave them was repaid twofold in hatred and suspicion. Did the terrible condition of this land transform them into monsters? Or was this always their nature? It wasn't long before the research vessel that I brought from MEGA was confiscated out of suspicion. And few weeks later, when I finally came across the vessel by the beach, there was an uncanny name inscribed on its side. Rebellion de la Masa. But none of that was enough to stop me from continuing my research for the sake of the land dwellers. I went through so many trials and errors to somehow impede the seed's Terra's rapid evolution, to revive the Iberia soil contaminated by the Nethersea's brand. But my work bore barely any sort of fruit. And I let the days float by as I watched the Inquisitors arrest more of their gears, one by one. When my seed tremor samples and research notes came into view, they all look completely different from one another, some of them with fundamental different psychology. Even still, nothing stopped them from being us instead of I. And for the first time, I became doubtful of my efforts to interrupt their evolution. Her tale were not entirely fabricated. Major is a bishop of the Church of the Deep, so that automatically makes her a sinner in the eyes of the Inquisition, regardless of any sort of reasons.
The more I studied them, the more I found them to be such compassionate creatures. All they care about was their own survival, without even a hint of selfishness. They are not some evil monsters from the sea.
Major, I concede that seaborns may not necessarily be evil. But it doesn't matter what they are, whether they are kindly life forms, whether they are simply a different form of civilization. It all just doesn't matter. Because Iberia and her Inquisition does not define Seaborn as evil. Seaborns are our enemies. Threat to human existence. They've slaughtered all of our kind. I have but one thing to say as an Inquisitioner myself. You, all of you, are my enemies.
But it would be a good thing for the Inquisition if I were to leave for the city, wouldn't it?
Why would you say that that is a good thing? For us to toss our problem into another world? That will be like abandoning our pride. Unless they, the people of the city, give you permission. As an Inquisitor, I can't let you do that. Yeah, and don't get your hopes up about that either. I'm pretty sure the head has something to say about this. You can wrap it in a box that says, compassion for all you want. But Major, your course isn't exactly the direction that I would like to sail in. As the rest of the sinners prepare for battle, in silent agreement with Ishmael's stand, Major mutters in genuine disappointment.
I didn't want to have to do this.
Waves. I had no better word to describe the hordes of sea terrors that are currently crashing onto us. Oh no! How many did you summon? But this is the only way it could have ended. Your words are composed entirely of your own color, and no one else's. Manager Dante, right? You speak. We will hold the line and defend this place against the sea terrors, rushing in from the rear. So, in the meantime, could you please take down Major and deal with the remaining terrors? Absolutely. The manager has responded affirmatively. All operators will be drawing the sea terrors to us. We don't need to take them all down. We just need to act as a wall between the waves and the people of Limbus Company. Irina, I would like to ask you for your help as well. As for Amaya, please assist Limbus Company, just in case. Aye. Alright then, let the mission begin. Huh? Wait! Are we going to talk first? Usually we talk first! Was I supposed to click the story button? Okay, wait a second. I'm gonna skip through it really quickly. Not even going to read that. Let me give up. Let me go back. Just in case. I'm confused. I'm really confused right now. What is this? Ah, the story is for the post-bat. Okay, I was about to say. Huh. Well, never mind then. Never mind. Okay, Major, sorry about that. Sorry for the little interruption. So, what is going on with you? Major's despair, the repulsiveness of people's ill intent, and the faint hope from the light found within. All kinds of emotion and memories rise to the surface of Amya's fathom, and then sink again. Those same thoughts seep into me as well, unfiltered. The sin that people have committed won't just go away. Humanity's ill intention will propagate unimpeded too. But the ties that Miss Meta is trying to summon to douse it will devour humanity whole, the civilization, and the city that they came from. So, I don't think that is the right way to do things. Not as long as Dante and the people of Limbus Company refuse. This isn't like the time that I retrieved the eagle. In a place of light, a speck of darkness casts a shadow. Okay. Reach out into the darkness. A strange power courses through me. Are we going to summon another eagle? We might. A strange power courses through me before radiating towards the sinners. Emotional connection for the duration of the encounter. Okay. What does that do? On hit against enemy, 50 divided coin. Number of coins, chance to gain 1 ego resource, corresponding to the use skill's affinity. When an enemy dies after an ally use skill attack ends, gain 2 less owned ego resources. In an encounter, gain 1 ego resources with each affinity consumed when using the following ego skill, 2 of each when overclocking skill. To remain oneself, command Meltdown Faust, all of the special egos. I see. And you, what are you doing? Impatient Ego Byway. This skill does not deal damage against target. After attack, Abyssal Fidelity of 100. Consumed when using certain skill. Every time this effect is consumed, heal SP on self by the amount consumed. Ooh, I don't know if I like that or not, but okay. Fix panic type. Recovers her SP. A shield against all types of ailments. 90%. They take away 90% of our damage. Of course. Of course! Turn N, consume Abyssal Vitality to summon Sea Terra Horde. If there are fewer than 3 Shell Sea Runner or Deep Sea Slider on the battlefield, randomly summon either of those units until there are some of 3 of them next turn. You consume summon units times 4 Abyssal Vitality. If there's no founder, consume 8. If there's a Spira, 12, 20, I see. Ego of Responsibility. Every time a Sea Terror this unit summoned is killed, take fixed damage equal to the unit's max HP. So this is how I'm supposed to kill her. Just take care of her summons. A Drifted Compassion at 50% HP, immediately end combat phase and gain a new pattern. Disable Protexus process passive. Gain 100 ability vitality. When gaining this passive or when recovering from stagger, gain shield equal to the amount of HP lost once per turn. When gaining shield, activate the effect Indelible Compassion. Huh? You're getting hit, become stagger, gain 5 fragile and next turn. When becoming staggered due to raised stagger threshold, gain 5 fragile until next turn. Fragile gain due to the debuff effect do not stack. Shield HP can be stacked, however when this effect is active, shield HP cannot be more than 50% of the shield's maximum HP. This effect counts as shield management effect, replaced when gaining a different type of shield. Nerf impairment to all. With less than 15 impairment, gain fragile equal to double the numbers of time. After gaining a new pattern, reduce the shielded skill slot by the number of staggered enemies every turn by 6 maximum. Does not apply in turns when this unit uses a powerful skill. Netherseed Brand Utopia. When on top of a Netherine brand, gain additional power and coin power. 6 in total. Also, double the amount of nervous impairment inflicted on hit. She has so many different passives. Am I even able to do any damage right now? Probably not, but you can definitely stack some burn on her. Additional count, a little bit more burn. Protection is not going to be helpful right now, but better than nothing, I guess. Alright then. This is not going to do any sort of damage. I mean, technically speaking, we are scratching her, but still. This is not about to do any sort of damage. Well, that's fine. It's not supposed to anyways. Just like she is not about to do any damage to us. At the very least, we get a whole bunch of count. So that's handy. Indiscriminate. Echo of Respite. Prioritize allies. Amongst them, prioritize allies with the least current HP. An ally deals 0 damage. Clash power +1 for every single target. Combat start when targeting allies, heal 20% of max HP. When target is an ally, apply defense level up this turn. Next turn, for every 4 abyssal vitality consumed to summon this target, maximum of 5. When targeting an enemy, inflict sinking and nervous impairment. The other one is defensive level up. Defensive level up. Both can heal? No, that one just raises their attack power. Core system. Consume abyssal vitality for every surviving ally. However, apply number of turns target survive. Damage up next turn to all allies. Flash loss. Does not apply the damage up next turn, so I should at least clash with this and hope for the best. So pretty much what I need to do is kill off those guys, right? Yeah. Compassion drains her HP, so I just focus on the little guys. I don't necessarily even need to redirect any of those hits still. Because she isn't really targeting us, and the damage boost is not going to make any sort of difference. But I do want to take care of her defensive skill at least. I don't need the damage boost on them, that's for sure. I definitely do not want to have that damage boost on them. Stagger has been applied, that is handy to have. Okay, another stagger on that guy. Even if she heals, it wouldn't really make a difference either, right? Because I can just beat them down again. Doesn't heal the stagger either, probably. Hope so at least. Yeah, that doesn't do any sort of damage. Okay, at the very least we get more count. That is some... Wait, did you wake up the flower? Oh no! Okay, I don't like that. I usually keep those guys around because they're passive and I can just ignore them. If you do that, I can't just ignore them. Don't you lose that one now, Otis. That would be kinda horrible. I also can't help but notice that you kinda fumbled the coin there. Please tell me that it is still enough. I think the doggo survived. One of the doggos certainly survived on 5 HP. I saw that. I definitely saw that. Ah, Otis! What am I doing with you? What am I going to do with you? Oh well, I mean it doesn't really do any sort of damage to you guys, so it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Just gonna dodge with my Faust here. Okay. What's this? Deep Blue Clarity. Indiscriminate. Base attack power +1 for every 3 nervous impairment. On the main target, maximum of 9. When targeting allies, deals 0 HP. Clash with skills, regardless of speed. Clash loose, get all sorts of debuffs. I need to win that clash. On the slowest die that I have. Attack power up for the spider, just in case we need it. Double tap the snail. And everything else is ready. Alright. For the next round we have additional speed. Just in case we need it. Probably not, but still. The flower's being taken care of. 10 damage, another stagger for the doggo, that's good. 17. Another 17. Good job, Honglu. Are we getting closer to the stagger bar? That thing is really, really durable. I have to give her that. Her creatures are really, really durable. Especially the ones that I can't kill because I'm not about to handle that brand thing. For the love of God! Imagine that thing is growing. Once it is on the field, it starts to grow every single turn. I wouldn't want to bother with that if it is avoidable at least. You know? As long as it is avoidable, there's no real purpose of going or like doing that, or triggering it. Unless of course he is to suddenly cover the entire field with those totem guys. Okay. She's recovering her friends. It's not going to help them at all. But thanks regardless, because I really need to watch out for that guy. Ryoshu, can you handle that? It's 34 against 34. You have 45 sanity. If you miss that, I'm totally screwed. If you do hit it, all is going to be fine. But regardless, I'm going to be happy about it. So please, please hit it. We got the flower. What about your attack? Did you forget about it? She forgot about it. She forgot about all of it. Okay. I mean, I'm even happy about that at least. You've aged a lot since our last meeting, Fabi. Oh, it's the Grams guy. Is this a characteristic of your sub-racers? You haven't really aged a day. Oh, so what brings you to the Church of the Deep? Seaborns are indispensable in our preparations for the impending doom. Nothing, I mean nothing else can ensure the survival of humanity. Thus, it would only be right for me to join hands with those who are able to willingly become Seaborn, to search for a way to prolong our existence. So, you're looking to use the knowledge of the wise and the talented as nourishment for the Seaborns. But that won't do anything more than prolong our existence. But is survival alone not enough? I thought a bishop of the church would share the majority of the belief with me. Fabi, you and I have both our fates in the Seaborns, but the word fate might mean something different to you than it does for me. Seaborns shouldn't be our object of worship. We have to stand on equal ground as them and set our eyes on their nature.
Please, step aside.
Desperation, sadness, sympathy. Mage's emotion gushes upwards, carried by the bubbles.
Terra, a land at which the hatred for the difference has entrenched itself. The city, a place in which people, crushed by the trials of life, have surrendered to its absurdities. They both need the Seaborn, perfect beneath the light.
That is but your wish, Miss Major. Faust does not believe them to be necessary elements for the city. Even in the city, there are people who are searching for reason to live on, dreaming of a better world for themselves and others. We all know that it can't possibly be so easy to change, but there has to be some kind of worth, value in that process alone, in the lives that we have led in the city.
What worth could there be to a life of the unkind? The kind of life that humanity is doomed to exist in, where all we ever do is hurt and hate one another.
Listen, efficient order, natural altruism. They are both virtue humanity should never lose sight of. But there's no such thing as absolutes when it comes to the value of life. Survival is the right of all civilizations, which means that it should never be up to others to define the worth of life, to argue for it.
But what if there's no other way than this?
What is this? Oh, the city! The village! Can you even understand what I'm trying to say? Some time has passed since I made Farm Muretto my home. Unlike my prediction, the Seaborn's evolution seemed to have lost its explosive progress, and Fabius seemed to be content with just observing their slow development. Maybe it is because they are directionless, without any sort of a specific wish. Even still, the Seaborn were the key to changing Terra, the whole land. To stand against the incoming calamity, we need their survivability and adaptability. And the humanity that has turned exhausting into ill intent needed the Seaborn's blind, selfless altitudes towards their own. So, while I never stopped my studies, something small but sharp continued to stab my frustrated heart. Stultified and unable to be resolved. If we were to lose even our sense of self and greed, assimilated into this stagnated great will, for the sake of our own survival, civilization had to be no more. For the sake of us, I had to be no more. The realization of that paradox made the first crack in my confidence that Seaborn were the answer to the problem of Iberra, the land and humanity was facing, and through the crack, the seed of doubt was sown. But I have already come too far to find a path more beautiful than the Seaborn. No more wasting our time with these stupid ruminations. There has to be a way, some kind of condition the Seaborns need to fulfill to retain their sense of selves, to retain their individual hope and all of their wishes. I stood adrift atop of innovation of years that I've dedicated to this purpose, holding on to this precious hope, and steeled my shaking heart. And that was the easiest part. There are no better solutions, so don't look away from the starting answer that lies right in front of me. All I need to do is find a way for the Seaborn to hope and wish, to have them each carry a sense of self. I just had to repeat that to myself like a mantra, again and again. But my drifting days came to an end, and I found a new path, illuminated by the strange light from across the sea. On that day, yes, the day when that faint blue light shone, a whisper invited me. Amen? Who's there? Whose voices? What? The answer sought through the aeons by people I didn't recognize, played over and over in my ears. The voice that spoke it was muffled, but warm and beautiful. The light of the city. The heart that were lost, the emotion that were forgotten, the sense of self that... No, that's enough of that. But I would like to hear more about the light. The light that has sprouted from the 10 virtues. And the image those words drew in my mind was clearer and more beautiful than ever that I've seen.
Terra, the city, they've both failed to find a way out of this bridle. If they're going to be satisfied with living as they are here, then...
You can't change what you see by just standing still. If you want to bring about a better world, then even if you may be lost in the ideals, you have to keep walking. Survival, worth of life, as I've never been too certain about either of those complicated ideas. I had no unflinching creed with which to convince her by. That is not to say that the city has no need for that altruistic nature that Major wants to bring there. That is not to say that I have a better answer than the combination of sea and the light. Even still, the emotions, the regret, the conversation that I found and collected over this journey alongside of the sinners become my answer, and so I take on. Honestly, I don't really know the city all that well either. My memories only go back a year, and for what is practically my entire existence, I've been surrounded by the sinners in our adventure. Still, we want to keep trying. You're right, the city is absurd, a vicious place. Something new and horribly surprises me every single other day. But, Major, that light that you spoke of, I don't think that is what protects the ego at all. The sense of self. To protect it, you have to first look unflinching both ways. The path that lies ahead and the one that you have walked. Then, you have to confront them both.
This can't be right. The light, it has to.
You're just working based on what you heard about the city and the light. Ain't that right? How can you be so confident that the light will be able to protect the Seaborn's sense of self? Ain't that just what you want to believe at least?
I think it's a distinctive possibility.
Even if the light can do what you hope it does, Major, it won't change anything. Turning our nature kind by transforming us into Seaborn? A convenient method that isn't our path. Because the sense of self protected like that, the kind of nature attained like that, wouldn't be our own. It would be yours, Major.
Protecting our own sense of self, by being compassionate and kind, it's a path of unbearable suffering.
We might fail someday, despite all of our best efforts. Someday, we'll be forced to confront the sins of our past and our suffering. Verily, not one of us, as we are now, may see the culmination of that path. Yet, I can hardly find it within myself to simply leave it all in thy hand, with so much as I try.
So you're saying that the Seaborns can be the answer that I'm always seeking?
It doesn't really make any sense if you think about it, right, Major? I mean, come on. Those sea monsters don't even know what a self even is. That is why they show no hesitation before sacrificing themselves to others. If you were to introduce this sense of self to those sea monsters, that selflessness that you want will just be no more. She's a Seaborn-shaped distortion, who is not entirely a Seaborn, an endless anguish, contemplating distortion. If Major's wish is to achieve an altruistic world, then her desire has to be that she doesn't want her efforts to become meaningless. Seaborns may be the perfect answer for some people. A recent example, Fabius, it seems clear to me that that was precisely what he wished for. But that doesn't seem to align with yours. Find a new answer, Miss Major.
Are you telling me that I have to go back to wondering for so much more in search for a new answer?
You won't be alone on that path. Walk it together, rely on another, and it won't feel long as all.
True.
Trying to carry such a burden all by yourself, Miss Major, it is just too much. It is such a prideful thing to do. Okay. The field is growing. What is this? Nethering brand? It's not what I was looking at. There. Indelible compassion does not lose shield at any turn end, unless removed by damage and certain effects. When the shield breaks due to getting hit, becomes staggered and gain fragile next turn. When becoming staggered due to raise stagger threshold, gain 5 fragile until next turn. Okay. So I guess I'm just going to hit you now. Yeah. Guess I'm just going to hit you now, with everything that I have, while also triggering the shrine thing here. Because that is really important. So... Oh no! Right, she has maximum sanity. I'm pretty sure you don't have any way for me to just quickly delete your sanity like the last guy. Well, okay, I don't really see much hope here. Everything is hopeless. I can't clash with that girl. I am going to make it a little bit easier for us by getting rid of the brand. But I have a feeling that most of our guys have to just tank a couple of hits. Yeah, there's much they can do about this. We just have to tank it. I'm going to lower the damage a little, but we just have to tank it. The Skadi effect lowers the sanity a little, right? The Skadi effect lowers the sanity a little. I at the very least break the coin of the multi-target attack. So that is going to be handy. And maybe, if we are lucky, Faust is able to avoid a whole bunch of their attacks. Because she's the main target of a whole bunch of them. Skadi! Please get rid of her HP and SP. This is really important. I'm pretty sure she has a way to recover it though. But maybe you could help us out a little. A little bit at least. It definitely did a lot of damage. So I take that. Okay. Oh, I need to be lucky. I don't even want to look. It's not gonna end well. I'm always a bit unlucky about this. Oh god. Faust, please survive. You're so frail. You're a beautiful butterfly beneath the sea. Oh god, I hit damage. Wait, I think she changed targets. Yes, she changed targets. Did Faust survive? I think Faust might have survived. Okay. Tides carry away the windows to Major's past, soon devoured by another vision. It's almost as if Major and the dungeon of the Fathom, no, the ocean itself, are fusing into one. A majority of distortion encountered by the bus team have assumed a form generally recognized as an organic entity. However, there's nothing preventing a distortion form from breaking that boundary and taking a different shape, as it may vary by the individual's desires. If her distortion is allowed to exacerbate undeterrent, it may eventually corrode this very space in which we are currently standing. As we were taking some time to carry our breath, a few more machines tumbled to the ground, shot from one of the trembling fathoms. It must be one of those mysterious machines in Major's home that we saw when we peered into her memories. The machines continued to roar loudly, as though the waves has broken them. We saw that there were various apertures attached to the sockets on their sides. Expensive they appear, yet how numerous they are. Well, you know, maybe she's similar to one of those fixer fellas who are always hell-bent on picking up everything, well, every new cottage workshop technology that they can find. True. Wait, it says Little Handy down here. This has an oddly similar structure to the Hand of the Saint that the Inquisitor has brought. Then this shall be a fantastic, wonderful machine that can assist us in battle! Rhodes Island already seem to have their hands full, holding the line against the ties of sea terrors, so we can't really ask. We should probably take just one and leave the rest to help them out. After a quick discussion with the Sinner, we decide to take one of the machines. Maximum HP, healing boost. Hand of the Saint. Safeguard against stagger. An effect that counteracts the Netherseed brand influence the Sinner. Ooh, I think I would prefer the power boost in general, because we can technically do something against the brand. Unless, of course, we can stack that stuff on her as well. That would be even better. But I think we need the power boost. With her sanity, we need the power boost. External upgrade module detected. Activating attack commands. I don't really understand how it works, but that sure sounds handy to us. Alright. But then again, maybe something against stagger would have been handy as well. But like I said, the brand is currently not on the field. Oh, Otis cannot clash at all. She has to tank the hit. How close are we to stagger? 16, 22, 17, 24. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. I kinda wish I could recover my SP a little, but that is kind of out of the question right now. But then again, if I can somehow take control of a sanity bar, I can definitely recover it on my own. That is quite possible for us. Oh, her shield is so strong though. At least half of HP is just a shield. And I'm supposed to break that before I can actually do damage to her. Right? That's the thing, I need to break it first. Well, the damage boost is certainly going to be helpful though. We definitely need that. But still, is that going to be enough? I'm not entirely sure about it. Oh well. Here comes the second wave of hits. Another 100 damage. Otis has a guard. 1 point away from the stagger. Where's the staggered? This thing is staggered. Okay. Just 9 more fragments. Ooh, this is going to be horrible if you don't win that clash, Ishmael! I'm just saying! This is going to be absolutely horrible! And you don't even have max sanity either, so... good luck, my girl! I wish you luck! The burn is on your side! The burn is definitely on your side! Oh no! Wait, what happened? Am I dead? I'm totally dead. Oh, I'm so dead. 400, 500 damage. Okay. Look at that. Just look at that. And her sanity is untouchable. It is just untouchable. Okay. Well, that is counterproductive. I get the feeling that maybe I need my dark flares again. I'm just not entirely sure if that is going to be enough to make a difference, though. Magical bullets. 5 flares. Stagger on. I'm not even sure. Rodion. That's not good. Come on! Just a little bit more. We are almost through the shields. We're almost through the freaking shields. Okay. Okay. 160. Should I just go for another bullet? Yes, I'm just going to go for another bullet. We are at... how many charges? The 7 bullets. What exactly does the 7 bullet do again? Not entirely sure, but we are about to figure it out. Then we're going to go for this. I wish I could go for the other move as well, but I can't. Full freaking power! The most power that you could possibly unleash at this very moment! The 7th freaking bullet! I want to send to die for it, but it's worth it! It is worth it! Don't you let her regain her shield! For the love of God! 29! Chicken boy gets the kill! Chicken boy gets the kill! Ah! God, that boss! That girl! Oh, that took way too long. That took way too long for my liking. So, it's true that people scrutinize others for differences to find something that they hate. But it is also true that it is often those very differences that people look up to. And admiration usually goes hand in hand with overestimation. Yes, and Miss Major admired these 2 unknown, the Seaborn and the Light. She thought they would be the solution to pretty much everything. Majors, do you still want to go to the city?
No.
I'll just remain here in Terra. I will broaden my study, and I guess I have to talk more to find a new path towards realizing my wish. As for what will happen now, well, Miss Major, we're going to need to have a long talk with the Inquisition there, but it's probably going to be fine. We'll certainly help too. We will help you in your search for that path, if we can. The great arc built from the city crumbles. Light fades and gives way to shadow. And we found ourselves back aboard the vessel Masas. So, I guess with this, the battle's completed. Vessel Masas is slowing down. So, how's Miss Major? Seems like she's unconscious. The mental strain seemed to have taken a toll on her. Well, it all happened inside of the dungeon of the Phantoms, but it can't have been too easy on her mind to send so many waves after us. So, what exactly will happen to her now? First, we'll have to wait for the Inquisition. Then, I guess we're going to bring her to Rhodes Island. Her efforts were misguided, but she also had Terra's best interest at heart. Together, I'm sure we can discuss a better way forward. And what if she's sentenced to death? Well, maybe you shouldn't sentence everyone to death, huh? That seems a little bit overboard, considering that she never attacked us even once. Except off there, but that usually happens if they distort and lose themselves. Well, I guess then we need to offer a different proposal. We can consider it when it gets to that, Doctor. It's finally over. All we have to do now is go back. As we were preparing to leave with our hearts much lighter than they were earlier. Hold on. Wait a second, everyone. Something is rapidly What? What? Oh, come on now! A low, trumpeting roar vibrates the air as a strange shadow looms over the ship. Where's this shade coming from? Huh? Wait, is that... Almost as if driven by instinct, Ishmael takes the radio from Gregor and runs into the control room. Something must have clicked in Otis' head as he turns and ran after Ishmael. Okay, well, if those two are running to the bridge, it's probably something serious. Brace yourself! Grab onto something! Oh, bollocks! Mucking it up right before the finish line, huh? Yep. Doctor, Dante's advised we grab onto something. I see. They're preparing to turn the ship around. Everyone, brace for impact. Stay alert. Something is coming. The ship leans heavily as it hurriedly turns port-sided, and I caught a glimpse of a massive shadow gliding just beneath the water's surface, right where the ship was a second ago. What is that? It's a seaborn, about the size of... no, slightly larger than the vessel itself? Amaya's communication buzzes with Ishmael's voice.
The currents are going wild. Wait, no! Something is causing these currents to go wild! Well, we're trying our best to maintain an evasive maneuver for as long as possible, but we can't really do this forever. If the situation does not improve, we may have to take this whole vessel to cross the dimensional door. Does Rhodes Island have a way out of this quarry? A quarry, I mean.
No, not at this moment. But we have to come up with one now, and fast.
Gunter, does anything come to mind?
Well, we should first figure out why the seaborns are coming after us. Yeah, do they want something?
Copy that. I will focus on steering the ship, so keep us updated.
With that, the ship immediately begins a sharp turn, narrowly dodging the ponderous body of the seaborn as it swims by. We can't just take the whole ship across the dimensional door. What if the other guys are going to end up stranded there? We're not the only one on it. But the sea is too wild to simply turn around or let the others leave. It's almost like it is obsessed with this ship. Just why could it possibly be coming after us? And all of the sudden as well. Could it be that was Fabio's order? Maybe. It's coming after me. What? Skadi? Yes, I'm their enemy. I'm an abyssal hunt. What? As though to prove it, the giant beast began to charge against the bow of the ship, the moment Skadi repositions herself there. But why? Just what are these abyssal hunters? And why are they so gung-ho about trying to kill you? Isn't that going way too overboard? Abyssal hunters are those who hunt sea terrors and the seaborns. Of course, this isn't based on any emotion at all, such as vengeance or resentment. It is that Skadi's... well, I guess that's not important right now. What matters is that they are solely targeting Skadi. Is there something special about her? The operators of Rhodes Isle are heavily fatigued at this moment from their long defense against the waves in the dungeon. Guess they can't fight. The same could be said of us, Miss Amiya, who were battling Major in the meantime. Oh, wait a second. I see that my internet is currently dying. I'm a little bit worried that they might boot me back to the boss fight. Ooh, let's hope that's not about to happen. Please don't do that to me. That would be horrible. That would be actually horrible. Anyways, at the very least the cutscenes seem to be fine, so that's good. To engage that Seaborn in this particular circumstance is... Something shakes the vessel Massa once again. And what is it now? There's even more of them? There are indeed multiple entities surrounding our ship. However, a violent, destructive sound crashes through the waves towards vessel Massa. Past the sudden wall of mist, there was... Oh, I guess we're lucky. Or was this simply how it was supposed to go? Oh! The Knight is back! Why is the Knight back? Ishama! Sir Knights? 2 Seaborns? This is getting ridiculous now. It's going to be fine, Miss Inquisitor. If he's the same knight that we fought earlier, maybe he might be on our side? I doubt he'll be able to stop himself from charging at that giant of a sea monster. Like Honglu said, the knight charged straight at the giant, rough waves, at the great Seaborn, as though he hardly noticed our presence at all. Well, if we can help the knight repel that Seaborn, it just might have a shot at sending Limbus Company back through the dimensional door and escape aboard the vessel ourselves. Can everyone still move? I'm almost at my limit, but yes, I can still move. I've got a plan, and I would like for everyone to trust me on this. Things weren't so bad outside after you had entered the portal. Now's the time for the hunter to get to work. The bright ray of light from Irina's lamp shines upon those atop the deck, while Skadi leaps tall into the air, using the ship's bow as a launching pad. So what's the plan? The operators each scatter to their appropriated position, as commanded by the doctor. Ishmael and Otis both exited the deck as well, presumably having found someone to steal the ship. So, is it okay to have you two out here right now? I mean, it seems like this is getting really, really tricky! This Kaltsit seemed to know enough about Sifa to take over. While the crisis is far from over, she was good enough that it was reasonable for us to leave the ship steering to her and descend to the deck for our return. Well, it doesn't really seem like we'll be able to bid you guys goodbye. So, are you sure that you're going to be okay though? We can stay a little longer if it helps. Well, I certainly appreciate the sentiments, I really do. But, Amia points towards the dimensional door, which has shrunken significantly smaller since the time that we saw it. Oh no. I don't really think that we have the time. I wonder if it was only supposed to open for a set period of time. Or, what if it closes now because our work here is done? There was precious little that we could learn about it now, but it was obvious that our time here was coming to an end. Well, thanks, Amia! It was nice to know you at least. We would have been lost for a while in this world if it weren't for Rodeo Iron's help, right? Exactly. Well, thanks to you, we were able to sufficiently study the dimensional door before we returned. I guess it's time to say goodbye then. The barrier sea breeze as well. Do you have any idea how big the pile of paperwork is going to be to the Inquisition? Merda, try not to drop into a barrier next time, you got that? Hey, it wasn't our decision. But sure, let's all stay nicely put in our own words. As the Great Seaborn briefly falters to the combined might of Skadi and the Nut, the ship's bow managed to stop inches from the dimensional door. Oh my god! Are those two have fun? Manager, now's our chance. Get to the dimensional door. Of course. Someday, I hope we get to meet each other again. We shall take our leave now. Let's return to the city. The sea had turned into a brutal battlefield, terrible roars contend with one another. After taking one final look at Rhodes Island, defending the vessel of Masas, we leaped into the pitch-black darkness at the center of the dimensional door. And I'm being swept away by the tides of the unconsciousness. The river draws out my memories and my consciousness, supplementing them away. And then... Oh! Are we back in Hong Yuan? Is this a training area? Right next to Hong Yu's rooms? Huh! I look around and see the sinners stood about the room, dozing off. Oh! And I could see Heathcliff crash like that all the time. But how did everyone crash at the same time, sleeping against the walls? A bizarre sensation that something was truly amiss crawls up my spine. Jiren? You have come to. Now that you have come to, I request that you continue your rest in your chamber. Your presence here makes things difficult to conduct for our cleaning activities in area adjacent to your bodies. Oh, I see. What? We just came through a dimensional door after Rhodes Island and... Wait, Rhodes? You were transferred here after the LCCA discovered your company unconscious at the entrance of a Lobotomy Corp branch. I feel like I just went through a memorial experience, but somehow I can't recall what. There was a hole in my memory, a strange emotional tug at my heart, an ego that I don't ever recall extracting. Wait, what is going on? I thought we were immune to any sort of memory erasure. Maybe the Fathom didn't allow it this time around. At least we get to keep the eagles. More chinante pretty! Avail me but 5 more minutes. Schedule wood training dummies to wake you up in 5 minutes. But the bizarre sensation seems almost natural at this point. What was that abnormality though? What has just happened? I don't have any answers to either of those questions. But... wait, where's Saudi? She said something about how there's been a delay or something, and... couldn't find Saudi, who's been bringing us odd jobs here and there during our stay. Anywhere in Hong Yuan. Qingguan, I mean. But on the desk, I did find a note filled with various requests and a letter, both presumably left behind by Saudi. We've got a distortion contract! Come on, time to earn your keep. You weren't going to lounge around until we got a message from HQ, right? Are they allergic to giving us some time off or something? I mean, it's one thing after the other! And in that moment, a certain voice briefly surfaced from the abyss of my memories, before sinking again. There's no such thing as absolute when it comes to the values of life. Which means that it should never be up to others to define the worth of your life, or to argue for it. The worth of life. I don't quite recall who said it, or even where I heard it from, but honestly, I don't even understand what it even means. You can't change what you see by standing still. If you want to bring about a better world, then, even if you may be lost in ideals, even still, some of these words left a lingering impression on my heart. You have to keep on walking. Unable to sit still, I got up to my seat and began waking up the sinners, one by one. Yeah, it's not like we're getting anything done here by now. On your feet, guys! Time to get back to work! The sinners each begin waking up, Some of them looked around to get their berries. Like they were just pulled out of a long, long drink. And with that, we are back in the canon. And my internet gave up. I was worried about that. Give me 1 second, guys. I tried to fix it. Okay, I'm not entirely sure if that fixed it. It did fix it. My god! Game, don't do this to me! Imagine throwing me back into that boss fight! No freaking way in hell! Okay, well, that was the event between Limbus Company and Arknights. A little bit on the longer side, but I kinda like it that way. Even though it's such a shame that none of this is canon. Kind of wish we could have more collaborations like these in the future, but maybe this is just a one-time thing. Maybe it's just a one-time thing. Who knows, right? Who knows? But regardless, that was certainly fun, and I can't wait to see what they are up to next. Anyways, I hope you guys had fun in today's part, even though it was super long in comparison to everything else that I did on this channel. But this is a special event. I can't even give it a number because it's not canon. So, I'm going to break some rules here. Oh god, editing is going to be hell. What you have to do, what you have to do. And anyways, until next time. Bye bye.